still really mad about Kenny Omega.
Look who decided to show up finally.
Yeah.
Interesting. After Champ and Chump, that's when you come. You didn't want to hear all the calls coming in, champing Kenny Omega and chumping your boy MJF.
Yeah.
I got it.
You got it, man. I ran away from the topic.
Crazy.
How are you?
I'm good. Yeah. I'm good. Yeah.
Good.
Preparing for the heat wave again here for the next few days, but we're used to this.
Fresh back from a family reunion that we do every 2 years with all my cousins, which basically the generation that runs it, my mom and dad's families, we all get together every other year, and a different cousin is basically responsible for hosting. And as many people know, we have cousins. I'm mom's Canadian, and I've got a ton of Canadian cousins, and we have gone coast to coast. And this year, and we've had two in the United States. We hosted one at our place at Northern Michigan, and have a cousin down in Savannah, Georgia, that put on a great show. Probably 6 years ago now. Maybe it's 8 years ago, whatever it is. But every 2 years we do this, and this year it was. That's right, Antigonish, Nova Scotia.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Sure. She's a great actress. Oh, sorry, that's Annabeth Gish. My bad.
That's all right. Right near Miragamish, Palmcat Beach, as you know.
A lot of ishes. How do you do that? What is this like instead of the stands, we got the ishes?
There's a lot of ishes up there, yeah. But yeah, it was a good time. It was a really good time. I've been completely out of the loop, though, as you might imagine. Small college town. We kind of decided to go there. It's where my mom and many of my cousins went to college. St. FX University in Antigonish, Nova Scotia.
Wow.
And it's a cool little college town. And yes, indeed, we stayed at the dorms. We just thought, look, let's stay in the dorms. And what's interesting about that?
Was there a cheerleader camp there too?
No, there was, but there were a lot of sports camps.
Okay.
There were also still some students that were in this dorm. And you're reminded of things that happen in dorms at 3:30 in the morning. Loud doors banging, people making noise in the hallway. I'm like, we have nothing to complain about. We are staying in a college dormitory. What the hell were we thinking?
Not just the doors that are banging.
But it was a great time. It's a great little campus and a cool little town. They had the Highland Games.
Oh, you got to see like the Scottish Highland Games?
Scottish Highland Games.
Caber tossing at its finest?
Caber tossing at its finest. Do you know? Although it's funny because I watched the caber tossing from the beer tent, as one does. And I don't know all the rules, but apparently it's not how far you throw the caber.
Is it how deep the imprint is?
No, it's kind of how straight you get it to
can you get it
fly and land and stay as close to perpendicular as possible that you get judged on.
Is it judged on how long it stays perpendicular before it falls, or is it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
But again, after watching 5 minutes, I was analyzing it.
Yeah.
And felt like an expert.
It's very phallic.
Not a thought that crossed my mind.
You're trying to keep it sustained, trying to keep it up there. It's a caber toss. It's a lot going on there, man.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be a euphemism for
it
the
could
kids
be.
these days.
There was also like this hammer throw where they had a bar that you had to throw the hammer over your head and over this raised bar, which kept getting higher and higher and higher.
So if you watch the World's Strongest Man competitions, I think a lot of their events that they have for that are derived from the Highland Games, and because they do the same thing with the hammer toss where you're throwing it over your head backwards, but with kegs.
Right.
So it's like a keg toss they throw over a wall to see how high can we go. And it's the same thing. They do something similar with the caber toss. They've done that in the World's Strongest Man competition. It's cool.
It was really fun to watch, and I also very much enjoyed just being a fan. Cheering and mocking and fire everybody. That kind of, I was able to do some of that stuff. Tap into the inner fan that I've been. This guy's got to fire his coach.
Clearly.
Yeah. But it was cool. It was fun to watch, and it was a parade and all that. You know what there are? I'll just say this for the record and statement of fact. There is no shortage of bagpipes at the Highland Games.
There shouldn't be.
No shortage of bagpipes. My son made the greatest observation. 19-year-old, he goes, hey, because we were at the parade and there were like 5 different bagpipe bands that went past. And he said, hey, all the bagpipes, it's the same song, right? I said, what do you mean? He goes, they're only playing that one song. And he's kind of right. I can't distinguish one. I mean, yeah, I can't distinguish one from the other. And I'm like, they might be. Don't know. But every bagpipe song kind of sounds the same.
That's why they never ask for a song when you play the bagpipes. They just say, can you play the bagpipes?
Right.
That's it.
Sure I can. Yep. So can you.
Yeah, exactly.
I can. Yeah.
We have now collectively offended all bagpipe players everywhere. But
that's okay.
But you can make the case.
You should collect bagpipes, Gator. Get one right next to the guitar.
Instead of guitar collection, bagpipe collection.
Come on.
This one's made from goat stomach. This one is a yak liver for a pouch. Yeah.
Is that bison intestine?
This is, yeah, actually, and we even got one from way down under. It's I have emu.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And wallaby. Yeah, it's.
But they all sound the same.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Same damn song. Yep. And then you try to get somebody to play like AC/DC or something like that. They're like, I can't do that. So this place, is this close to where your dad's cabin was, or
not particularly?
Okay,
it's probably 4 hours away.
Okay,
so we flew to Halifax, direct flight, Detroit to Halifax, and
Nova Scotia.
Came back through Montreal. We had some travel nightmares. I don't know if we can get into it or
flies. Flies a problem where you
were? We did not have a problem with flies.
Your cabin is a fly problem,
the cabin,
right?
Yeah, if you're there at the wrong time of year. And for people who do not know that story, my dad and my late Uncle John purchased a pair of cabins on a remote lake in New Brunswick. No power. But the lake is famous for Ted Williams used to fly up there in a seaplane, land on the lake, and he had a cabin down at the end of the lake. And that cabin was basically abandoned at some point, and we canoe down there, and it's kind of fallen in on itself now because it's probably been 50 years plus since anybody's been there. But the most crazy thing is, it feels like Ted Williams and his crew just got up and walked out. Whoever stayed there the last time has got up and walked out, and there's a bowl with a spoon in it that's been sitting. You can look through the kitchen window of this caved-in cabin and see this bowl with the spoon in it. And I'm like, Ted Williams might have left that there a million years ago. But
what was the city that was the place was at?
And where I just was?
No, where the cabin was.
I think the closest. It's laughable that you called it a city.
Well, sorry,
I think it's McDougal Lake.
Because the TV show The Curse of Oak Island also takes place in the water in Nova Scotia.
Okay, this is New Brunswick.
Island. Gotcha. Yep. My bad. So
it's quite all right. It's McDougal Lake, New Brunswick is where
Halifax. My bad.
The cabin is. And everybody who's ever gone there has seen a moose in the wild, except my wife and I. We don't believe they exist. I think it's just everybody's messing with us. But yeah, so we're back. I'll get to the travel nightmares later because we had a bit of an issue last night.
Some things were going on.
Yeah, things were going on. How about you? How you been?
Been good.
Yep.
Yeah. The shows with Mark Ryan, that was good.
Yeah. Good.
We had the Kenny Cott celebration of life on Saturday. That was it was actually really nice.
I was really disappointed to miss that.
But that was really nice and good to meet his family. I mean, it's a somber occasion, but it was held at a bar in Hazel Park where it was kind of like just a giant tiki bar basically, and his stepfather brought up the hot dog roller, but his own hot dog roller. It was pretty impressive.
Really,
it warm up like 30 hot dogs at once. It was a big one. It was great. Everybody that I talked to seemed like to really enjoy the scenery and the atmosphere and the whole spirit of Kenny. So there was that.
We cannot say it enough. Kenny was a strong personality here at the station and will be missed. He will be dearly, dearly missed. And certainly I was really disappointed that we had this previously planned event and could not be there. But okay, there's a lot to get caught up on, including Ward Manuel speaking this morning. We will get to that next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, we've all seen it lately. You got local companies that are being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state, and then suddenly, well, you're just a number on a spreadsheet. It's like you don't matter. But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. Shaner is truly family owned, and they've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years now. And they've also come out with some of the greatest guarantees you have in the business. Let me tell you about this. When they say they treat you like family, they mean it, because they actually are a family, and they don't answer to distant investors. They answer to you. This is what I really like about them. They got the no pressure promise. So you're not going to get that high stakes sales pitch. Instead, what you get is an honest assessment of what your roof, windows, and siding needs actually are. And it's that kind of integrity that's earned them a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of your neighbors. They get up in the attic. They get up on the roof before anything has ever happened. They take a look, and they'll give you that honest assessment. Sometimes it's just a little simple repair. Other times it might be a total teardown, but you know that you're getting the truth. Plus, you get total peace of mind with a lifetime transferable warranty that comes with every roof installation. So don't settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has relied on for 3 decades, and get your quote today from Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope everybody's doing well on this Tuesday. It's going to be a hot one.
Can we have a weekly event or a weekly segment on fun with the Bay of Fundy?
We can, yeah. We can do fun things to do in the Bay of Fundy.
Yeah. It just might be fun.
Take the ferry from St. John to Digby.
That sounds like fun.
There you go. That's we could do. You really want to do it?
I
got stuff.
Yeah, St. John's right across from Digby. I got you.
I'll save the rest. The list. We can do this for weeks.
That's quite a ferry trip.
All right, so look, I want to get my 2 cents in here on the Ward Manual stuff that may or may not be coming out. It was interesting because Ward Manual went on WTKA this morning and did a live in-studio interview with Sam Webb, and there were some very pointed questions. And what is clear is that Ward made the point that nothing is imminent. He says he has not seen the Jenner and Block investigation, the results of that investigation. There are a lot of internet reports, and I think it's interesting to hear Ward talk about it because I think he is in real time dealing with something that you and I and Kang deal with on a daily basis is, okay, this could be a topic today. Is it real? Is it real? There appears to be a confidence from Ward that there is not a lot of truth to the reports that he is donezo at Michigan. He did say that over the last 6-7 months, there have been some discussions about sort of the end of Ward Manual's tenure if it comes to that, but there is nothing imminent as of right now. Out of everything that I saw that came out, Gator, and you can tell me if you agree or disagree with this, the accusations in the Chris Partridge lawsuit, if proven, seem quite clearly grounds for termination. That if he knew about Sharon Moore's inappropriate relationship with Paige Shiver, if he knew about the sign stealing story in advance and nothing was done about it, that those things would be grounds for termination. And, you know, I go back to real time when those rumors started, and Ward implied this strongly today, that he could not function. You have HR issues if you function off rumors, that you have to function off fact. And when that whole thing was going down, and Partridge has said that Ward knew and everybody knew, and that's part of a lawsuit that can play itself out in the court of law. And if proven true, that feels, again, like grounds for termination. But the one thing that when it was coming down in real time, and I'm like, okay, is this a story? Is this something that we're going to be talking about and that we should be getting out there? I was told that an investigation had been done, and including the 2 individuals, and that interviews were done. And I believe they said with other witnesses, in quotes, witnesses, and that phones were taken and computers were taken to be able to go through and do the forensics on those to see if they could prove anything, and they couldn't. It turns out the rumors were true. And Ward, without speaking to it directly, said in the part that I heard that, hey, we cannot operate in it from an HR perspective on rumors. If there's no evidence, there's no evidence. And rumors can't be the way that you manage people, I believe was his quote. I was transcribing it as I was listening to his interview on WTKA today. As far as Matt Weiss, who lost his job over digging through and using access on computers to get into the personal accounts of female student athletes, which is unacceptable on every front, in every way. He was asked, did your background checks? Did you tell us about the background check on Matt Weiss? And he said that, they went through and they had a background check on him. And then when they found out about him, they went through again to see if they had missed anything. And he said, you have background checks in place to filter those people out. And I'm paraphrasing here a little bit because I was transcribing it as he was saying it. I've not found or promised by any background check firm that you can clean out 100% of the people who can make bad decisions. I've talked with issues I've talked with the staff about issues that have happened here on our campus and another campus about behaviors that are unacceptable here. I'm constantly bringing those situations up with our staff that it won't be tolerated here. If someone knows of something, that is 100%. They are to let me know. Now, the question becomes in these investigations, should he be doing more or should his staff be doing more? And I think it's a valid question to ask when you have brush fires all over the place. And it's the stuff that I think is most damning. That as far as the accusations, to me, I think comes in the Partridge stuff until we see the Jenner and Block investigation and what that produced, and if it produced anything else. Ward either doesn't seem too concerned about that from a standpoint of, yeah, I'm still the AD here, and I have nothing to hide from right here and now, or he's putting on a front that I'm 100% doing this job. But we always talk about the 51 when people come out and say, I support this person. This is my vote of confidence in this person. When deep down, it's just because I'm going to support him until the moment I'm not. And when the scales tip against you, then it's done. So I don't know if he's putting on a front here or if maybe there was some exaggeration in terms of the Jenner and Block thing. Because if it's not out and he hasn't seen it, have others? But I've said this all along when it comes to these investigations, and I truly believe it. And that's why it's so disappointing that here we are in 2026 and some of the same stuff is getting talked about. Root it all out the first time. And if you don't, either one, you're covering stuff up, or two, you're just letting the story keep going and going and going. So I hope that this Jenner and Block investigation does indeed root everything else out that happened or didn't happen, and certainly if anything was covered up, and in which case there should and will be consequences.
Yeah, I think with Ward's comments yesterday that he made, and I guess that he reiterated this morning, it's a conversation he had with the president, and to me it seems like, well, neither have seen the report that's come out yet. So at this point, yeah, the president's like, yeah, I expect you to be back. But that could change dramatically once the report comes out and people have seen it. We don't know if the Board of Regents has seen it. We know they're supposed to meet on Thursday, but at least on the agenda, if it's been reported that there's nothing about this that's on the agenda, it doesn't mean it won't come up, but it hasn't to this point. So I don't think anybody can say anything until they've actually seen the report. Then you have to ask yourself, how transparent is the report? Where did they go with it? How far do they go with it? Does this go over everything that has happened at Michigan since Ward took over, or is it just go over the cheating scandal and Matt Weiss? How many of these things are on there? Does it cover the gun incident with the player that wasn't disciplined and was allowed to play the next day and get on the plane to Indiana? Does this include the basketball player who was pulled over driving a car that was registered to Ward Manuel's wife? I mean, there's lots of things that happened that all under his watch. Are they all included, or is it just a couple? So is this something that's going to rear its ugly head continually? Because did they get it all? It's kind of like, with cancer, you want to make sure you got it all. And I don't mean to compare him to cancer.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying?
The cavity. Let's go with the cavity.
Cavity.
And the tooth.
It sounds much better because I hate that other word.
Yeah.
But how deep are they looking into this, and how transparent are they going to be with this? We'll see. I think, from an outsider's perspective, I'll try to be as objective as I can. But when I said yesterday when this broke, it's hard for me to be objective because nobody's going to believe me anyway because I'm a Spartan. But it would seem like there's a lot on this list to check out. And that might be enough to say, let's move on. Okay. Well, maybe, hey, great. Won a national championship in football, won a national championship in basketball. I think you pivoted well in the hockey situation, which was another whole thing. But you pivoted well to get a good coach there. The programs are running pretty well, but there's a lot here. Maybe we'll just negotiate a buyout and say thank you for your service, but we need to change up.
Yeah, at some point, Ward and the university can both look at this and say, "Look, enough's enough. Let's just get a clean break." And as far as everything that's ever happened, I would hope that they look at everything. They should look at everything and leave no stone unturned. You can't turn the page until you do that. And yeah, I love their football coach right now. See what happens with the basketball program.
I don't think they could have hired a better coach.
Kyle Whittingham, when the stuff went down with Sharon, and when it went down with Sharon, it was, a highly embarrassing crash out. And I said at the time, Michigan needed a Lloyd Carr figure. A Lloyd Carr figure being somebody who is, their integrity isn't really questioned, that seem to do things the right way, as much a teacher as they are a coach. Maybe not the most dynamic coach ever, but that wasn't they needed a coach that was a rudder as much as anything. And there were two guys that came to mind. And one they were never getting, Kirk Ferentz, and the other was Kyle Whittingham, and they were both available. And there's others out there, but those were the first two that came into mind, and somehow Kyle Whittingham magically became available. But if there is more that should be found out in this investigation, I think you do an investigation like this to either cover all your bases and make sure you can close the chapter on it, or grounds for termination. And we'll see what comes out of it. Based upon Ward's attitude today on WTKA, he seems at this point that there is no new information that apparently concerns him yet. As far as the Partridge accusations, that stuff is going to court. And if there is anything to that, that stuff gets vetted out in court. And
is that separate from this whole thing?
Well, it is, because that's a lawsuit. That is right, not part of the Jenner block.
That's not. When is that going to court? They've got their. It seems like there's a possibility they could back their guy, the athletic director, and then months down the road, oh wait, here comes results of this lawsuit.
You would think they would be wise to get ahead of that story as well, and I don't know that they've always gotten ahead of what they need to get ahead of. 248-539-9797. If you comment, I think a lot of people are just kind of sick of these stories, and clean break is such an easy thing to do. Ward says, as far as he's concerned, he's staying in this job. And why does he do it? Because he absolutely loves the University of Michigan and the reward of doing this job. But they're not in the position of just keeping Ward happy, right? Obviously not. Maybe Ward looks at it and says, is it worth it? And he was asked that question directly, and he said it still was for him. But 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. One thing that Ward spoke about today, and something that President Grasso and Michigan has to get together, is I do think this is a little bit what it looks like when there's not really strong chain of command leadership, is that things can get out of control. And I out of control might be strong. Things can fall through the cracks, I guess. Call it what you will. But the point is they are in the process of finding a president to follow President Grasso, and they really need to get things in line. And Ward implied it today in his interview. He said, what has happened here, and people have tried to pull us apart for personal reasons. At times it's been challenging because of sources outside of athletics trying to put things in a particular way. He's been frustrated by the internal politics. We are in competition with the Big Ten and nationally, but it bothers me when it comes from the inside. 99.5% are working the right way and making this place great. Look, whatever it is, there's been, like I said, way too many brush fires, and maybe more than that need to. The Block M can only take so many hits, and it needs to be maintained and taken care of, and it's taken too many hits. And if Ward survives this, either they have to figure out, the chain of command has to be tighter. I don't know what's going to happen next. I think it depends on some of the investigation results. It depends on the Partridge lawsuit. If the investigation results have a fireable offense, they should move on. If the Partridge allegations are confirmed, they should move on. But we'll see what happens over the course of time. And anyway, people are responding. 248-539-9797. Why would you fire Ward? He'd instantly have another job. The guy's won you national championships in football and basketball. The university clearly doesn't care about what the outside world thinks of its image and most of the fans. That's from an unnamed texter. Interesting. Would he have another job immediately? I'm not so sure.
Well, how much credit does he get for those hires? I mean, I'm not saying he doesn't get any credit, because I think he does get some credit. And the Dusty May hire was brilliant, and being able to get him. But obviously, Dusty May is the one that put the team together and got that done.
Well, and sort of not retaining Dusty May is an issue with fans. I don't know how much you could keep him.
Yeah, I don't either. And the Harbaugh hire is good and bad.
There's no question that there was challenges
it might
of
be
working
the undoing of him, actually, to get credit for winning a national championship. But then you look at all that happened while getting to that point, and it might be the reason he could be fired.
And if you look at Jim Harbaugh's timeline, and just about everywhere he goes, it feels like there's a shelf life with Jim Harbaugh in a place.
Yeah, and he's not alone. There are plenty of other coaches who had all the sports where it's the same thing. Larry Brown, in the NBA, had a shelf life with teams, whether he would just decide to get up and go, or it was mutual, or whatever the thought was. I mean, that was his MO. You look at hockey coaches. I mean, some of the greatest hockey coaches ever all had shelf lives.
Mm-hmm. As a Michigan fan, Jared in Woodhaven writes in, as a Michigan fan, when are we going to learn we can't believe a word that comes out of these people's mouths? They are essentially politicians, and we all know you can't trust politicians. This is parallel to that. Let the report drop, and then we can talk. Everything right now is internet slop. So internet slop is interesting. It's one of our challenges. Literally, we can attest to this every day, that there's stuff out there. How many times do we turn to each other and say, okay, who's reporting that? Wait, let's double check and make sure. Oh, that's Adam Schefter, not Adam Schefter.
It's fake Pierre LeBrun.
Yeah, it can happen. And there's also, we don't want to be inaccurate with anything. Be as accurate as we can. People rely on us. And so we don't want to be inaccurate with anything. But there are also people out there that are in the media, in quotes, that have sports-centric accounts that aren't as concerned about the credibility of what they're posting, whether it's right or wrong. And it can get recycled if it's salacious or exciting, or this trade is imminent, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah, and now there's so many different outlets that, anybody can act like they have credentials when they really don't, and they'll throw something out there, and it gets rewarded or repeated, I should say, and retweeted and everything else, and next thing you know, it goes viral, and may not have a shred of accuracy to it.
But let's be clear. All of this stuff, all these accusations, when they come out, investigate them. There's a reason why I made calls when the first wave of rumors came out about Sharon and Paige and was told that an investigation had taken place. You should vet everything. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Brian in Detroit. Hi, Brian.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Brian.
I want to, before I get to it, Gator, you said that you made it seem like the Dusty May hire was Dusty May the one put the staff together. If it would have been a bad hire, you would have put it on him. Now that it's a good hire, you want to just, he was part of it. No, he gets the credit for it.
I think he gets some credit for it, sure, but I mean, eventually it's the coach.
He's in
Don't tell me what I can say, Brian. All right, I said I think it gets some credit for it.
What you could say.
Well, you just said no.
No, I said if it would have been a bad hire, Gator, you would have put it all on him. That's what you would have did.
Well, it wasn't a bad hire.
It's a great hire, and but if it's a great hire, we ain't gonna give him all the credit.
I'll give him some credit. I'm not giving him all the credit. I'm giving him some credit and this is what any athletic director, it's the same thing. You get some credit for doing what you do and hiring the guys, but ultimately it's on those guys that you hired to get the job done.
Gator,
if that's what you want to fight, Brian, and go, I guess I'll let you win. Go ahead, take it. I don't care. It really doesn't matter.
My point is, Division I basketball and football has been scummy forever. All of a sudden, we concerned about it? When did this concern start to happen?
Well, Brian,
it's always been scummy.
I think when we have a local team, we'll talk about it a lot more, and we appreciate the phone call. And I don't think Michigan fans love this stuff. I think they've, if you run a Division I program, a massive Division I program, there are probably violations and things that can embarrass everybody. But when there's too many of it, too many things is when people really take issue with it. And it's irrelevant now because it's going on here now. Paul on a cell, you're next. Hi, Paul.
Hey, thanks for taking the call, guys.
Sure.
Two things. First off, Ward Manuel did not hire Jim Harbaugh. James Hackett did.
Yeah.
Ward Manuel took him in, and this is not meant as a defense. It's simply fact-based. Everyone's talking as if he hired Harbaugh, and he, for some people, gets the credit for it, and for others, he gets the demerit. Bottom line, he didn't hire him. James Hackett did, and it was a brilliant hire, in my opinion. I don't care what anyone says. But that said, moving on, I agree with Gator. I mean, in the Dusty May part, right? I mean, he's got to get credit for that, or, Brian, whoever, he gets credit for it. He hired him. Unless you tell me that John Beilein hired him, like you always read on the internet, Ward Manuel had nothing to do with it, John Beilein hired him. Unless you can prove that, Ward Manuel was the AD that hired a national championship winning coach, and I don't blame him for losing him. That said, the last part, I mean, Doug, you talked about, as Brian brought up, the scummy part, and you said no one's happy when it happens to them. I will say this. Michigan cultivated this pristine image for years. Whether it was right or wrong, they did it. So now when things happen, it's an immense story. Whereas, let's face it, things happen down in Georgia and Miami and Alabama and at Ohio State, and it's just normal operating procedure, because in reality, none of those fan bases care. They don't care. They look at their championship case, they look at the trophies in it, and they don't care. Paul, Michigan somehow has a fan base and people that feel, well, maybe our championship wasn't so good because we didn't do it 100% the exact way that everyone wants them to do it. I disagree with that. Either you are competing with the top programs in how they handle business,
Paul,
or you just don't want to win as much.
I think it's each individual. I think some fans it matters a lot more. Some fans it doesn't matter at all. And I've seen it out there, and I've gotten the feedback from him. But to me, it matters. It matters more than a little. And additionally, I don't like covering and talking about this stuff, but it's part of the job. And I would say that it's. It doesn't seem to matter as much to you, but I kind of think it should matter. At the end of the day, these are institutions of higher learning, and it brings. Nobody likes seeing the name dragged through the mud. 248-539-9797. But I shouldn't say nobody. Some care, some don't. But it's up to the individual fan, I guess. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. It's time for Stars, Stripes, and Savings on demos all month long. Pay just $189 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 crew cab, 2FL 4x4 with $999 down. $189 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discounts, Chevy lease loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo may have up to 2,000 miles plus tax and fees with approved credit. Offer ends August 3rd. Okay, am I to understand that you vowed not to watch the Home Run Derby?
I don't know if it was a vow.
Kang, what was it? What was the accurate description of yesterday?
It wasn't a vow, but I think you pretty much said, yeah, I'm not watching the home run derby.
I think what I've said
Like,
over the
it wasn't like a stern, like I'm putting my foot down, I'm not watching it. No, but it was like, I'm not going to watch it. It was kind of like one of those things. Like I just don't care or something.
I think
like
what
that.
I said was, over the years, it feels like every year I say I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to watch it, right? I'm tired of it. It's the same thing. They keep changing the rules on it. It doesn't make any sense. And yet I watch it every year. I watch part of it.
Okay.
And the number one spectacle of it that I watch for is to see how far a guy can actually hit a baseball. And, I want to see somebody hit it 500 feet. I'd like to see that. So that's kind of what I tune in for. But when I tuned in last night and when I went to Netflix and it was like 8:30 and I saw that the whole coverage started at 7. I'm like, oh, I think I'd be well into it. No, I didn't miss any of it. It literally started at like 8:30. So I got to see from the moment Wilson Contreras started. And the setting was beautiful. Like it was a perfect night in Philadelphia. The sun is starting to set in the distance. So the sky starts at this very faint purple sky. Very faint. It's, it's still somewhat light out. But as the night progresses, the sky gets more and more purple, a deeper shade of purple. Purple's my favorite color. I love this. I'm like, it looks beautiful in the backdrop. And then eventually, by the end of it, it's just a dark sky.
You got an elite sunset is what you're telling me.
Got elite sunset, which starts everything off great. The other thing that's great is that the crowd in Philly, we know they're crazy, but they were crazy in the best way. Like, they were booing everybody, but they had two guys, they had Schwarber and they had Bryce Harper in this thing, and those were the last two guys to hit. So they're booing everybody else, which is great, and they know it. But at the same time, they're reacting accordingly when somebody hits a moonshot 470 feet, and it's pretty cool. The new format gives you 20 swings, period. Like, the only way you get more than 20 swings is on the last pitch. If you hit it out, they keep throwing you pitches until you don't hit a home run on a swing. So otherwise, if you swing, okay, take that off the list. You got 19 swings left, which is pretty cool because it moved it along reasonably quickly. As the night's going on, Contreras just hit bombs in the parts of the stadium. You're like, wow. And that's the other thing. I like to see the different stadiums and how is it going to hold up to a home run derby. And you're seeing the different nooks and crannies. Like, is anybody ever going to hit it in that spot? And this guy is killing it. 490-foot home run last night. I mean, 490 is insane. And the camera work, for the most part, is spectacular. Tracking the ball into the sky, and
it's hard to do.
It is. And from the left-handed
everybody at that level can do it. Just to see, we take for granted. Yes. I've having worked, and I'm sure the cameras are way better than the ones that I held back at Channel 25 30 years ago. But I will tell you that is a skill. That the way these guys can zoom in on a baseball flying is an amazing skill, and they should be applauded. All of you camera operators out there at Detroit Sports Network and the golf guys are incredible. Bravo.
Yeah, my cousin is a professional cameraman for sports in Pittsburgh, and I'm going to see him this weekend. I'll ask him about that specifically. Are you in awe of what you guys? Because I think he does more stationary stuff, but regardless. When you had a view from a left-handed hitter, they had some camera shots that were from behind the hitter, and when he would swing and launch the ball majestically in the air, there is the light stanchion in the distance, and you could see the ball going north of it, and it's just a beautiful shot. And you're like, is this one going to clear it? And they even made a comment last night. This is like The Natural, when Robert Redford's character hit the light stanchion and it explodes. Like, it looks like the ball is going to do it, and of course it's not going to hit it, but nonetheless, the views are spectacular. And then you get to the final rundown between the players, competing for the final here, and they bring out Buffer, and he does his whole thing, which I can't say, but he does his thing. And you see Jordan Walker taking on Kyle Schwarber, and it ends up being fantastic. Walker has the final at bat. He's down literally to his last swing, but because it's the last swing, he keeps going until he doesn't hit a home run. And he ends up with a walk-off win. And it was fantastic. And even the crowd at that point, they're like, well, we got to cheer it, because it was just a great evening, and I did not expect it.
Why are you giggling
I love
back
that
there?
he loves it so much, because I swear you said the words, I'm not watching the Home Run Derby in the first segment yesterday. Which is totally fine.
I
Who
think
cares?
I said, I'm not planning on it, and yet I say this every year, and I end up watching it.
And not only did you watch it, you're giving us every breakdown
Dude,
and how
right?
much you loved it.
It was great. Yeah. It's one of those things I didn't expect it to be, and it was.
I'm not watching it.
I'm not watching it
until tonight when it's on.
Then I'll turn it on.
I will not watch it until it's on.
Well, it's like Doug hasn't been able to talk about Summer League yet because he
Chaz
was out of
Lanier
town.
did what?
Yeah, see? He's not going to fall for it.
No, I give Doug credit. This morning, Milliken, morning show producer, tried to, I don't know if he was trying to egg Doug on or he just legit asked Doug. He asked Doug, is Chaz Lanier for real?
No, it was Chaz Lanier, something or nothing. I'm like, nothing.
Nothing. Doug goes immediately, nothing. I'm not falling for it again.
Because Doug hasn't watched him yet.
Well, this is also true. But between Stanley Johnson and Henry Ellenson.
This dude's knocked down like 17 3-pointers in 2 games.
I'm so prone. Because what you just said, I'm like, yeah, I know. Is there a rotation spot for Chaz Lanier?
He hit 8 3-pointers last night.
And at last check, they need shooting. Player coming into his own year 2. Do we have the next Chris Middleton? Is that what's going on here? Don't make the mistake with this. No, I'm not doing it.
Are you sure you're not doing it?
I'm not sure.
I mean,
I vow not to.
8 of 12 from 3-point land for 24 points. That was last night.
Yeah.
If you go back and look at what he did on Sunday, just the day before that, Doug.
Yeah.
That's for those of you keeping track at home. He was 7 of 12 from 3-point land.
He can't miss.
This guy is 15 of 24 from 3-point land in 2 games.
High volume, high percentage.
Okay, it's sometimes the acting adult on the show. Kang, how should I process this stuff?
Whatever entertains me the most is how you should process this.
So I should go against my vow?
Yes.
When do they play again? Sorry, I've been out of the loop here a couple days, but when do they play again?
Let me see. They don't play tonight. Do they play Wednesday?
I gotta make sure I see it.
They play Wednesday.
What's funny is
on ESPNU at 6:00 against the Phoenix Suns.
All right. Well, let's go. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kevin on a cell. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up? Kevin, sorry. We got about 45 seconds. My bad. What do you got?
Okay. I respect you guys immensely, but I feel like you're kind of parsing your words a little bit, Doug. But look, at these days and times, if you're going to win championships, I don't care who you are, whether you're Michigan State, whether you're Duke, whatever, you're going to have to get dirty. That's just the way it is. No one has ever won any championships over the last 40 years unless they were dirty, period. That's just the way it is, period.
I guess I disagree.
Who has won that's not been dirty or grimy or slimy?
Well, I could sit down here and list a lot, but I would sit down with a list and tell you, but I don't just assume everybody's dirty. Does that make me a bad person? 97.1.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel won't deny that he's had buyout conversations with the university, but he says he currently remains on the job. In an interview with Sam Webb this morning, Manuel says he doesn't know what the future holds, but he's proud of what he's accomplished, and the athletic department does not have a culture problem. The Board of Regents meets on Thursday with reports that Manuel could be on his way out. 4 Tigers will represent the team at the All-Star Game in Philadelphia tonight. Riley Green, making his third straight appearance, will bat 8th and play left field. He'll be joined by fellow first all-timer as Dylan Dingler. He'll be there. Kevin McGonigal as well. And the Legends pick Justin Verlander. Now, McGonigal grew up just 20 minutes from Citizens Bank Park. First pitch of the All-Star Game in Philly is at 8 o'clock tonight. Tomorrow could be the biggest day for soccer in Metro Detroit history. DCFC will hold a groundbreaking for their new 15,000-seat stadium in Corktown. And Chaz Lanier with another big night for the Pistons in the Summer League last night. 24 points. He nailed 8 three-pointers in a loss against the Knicks. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Shows my words poorly to the last caller because we were kind of up against it. Maybe it makes me naive, but I just sat down during the break. I don't remember a lot of firestorm and controversy around Jay Wright at Villanova, Curt Cignetti at Indiana, Dusty May's championship at Michigan. Is there any firestorm or controversy with Dabo at Clemson? I don't remember a lot of scandal there. Scott Drew at Baylor won a national championship. Did I miss something? Did I forget something? Tony Bennett at Virginia. I mean, look, I guess that's why I just don't see it the way he sees it. That you have to be dirty to win.
I mean, was Cignetti dirty?
I don't think so.
Well, not that we all know of. I think I'm speaking just for all the fans that think everything's dirty in college sports. The assumption is it's just that you haven't been caught yet. That you've covered it up better than everybody else. You know what I mean? I'm saying that's the assumption that they don't believe there's really clean programs anymore if you're a big time college sports program, and I understand that honestly.
Yeah, and this goes back to something that we always say on the air. In a court of law, you can't just say, "Well, they got to be dirty." Like you have to be able to prove it or whatever. And I guess that's where the camp I'm still in. But people accuse me of being naive when it comes to the impact of gambling and how often, games are fixed. And I'm just blissfully naive over here, according to many of our listeners. But I also feel pretty, I guess if I thought everything was dirty and everything was fixed, I don't know that I'd watch. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. And some people don't because that's just what they think.
Yep. Well, they don't. I guess they don't.
Yeah, I mean, people believe what they want to believe. It's fine. And do I think that there have been dirty programs? Absolutely.
Of course.
But I don't think it's fair to paint every championship team with that broad brush that they must be dirty because they won a national championship.
No, during the break there, I just rattled off, found like 5 or 6 names that I don't remember any scandal. Somebody might call up and say, "Oh, you forgot about this, you forgot about that," but then I wasn't going to Google search and look into the background of.
Well, and as long as you're from the South, people are going to say that you're paying off players prior to NIL, right?
Yep. 248-539-9797 home run derby last night. In the meantime, Gator, just to us to get refreshed here a little bit as I'm back from a short vacation to Eastern Canada. You got to deal with a lot of Tiger wins while I was gone.
Yeah, that was.
And they went into the break losing back-to-back games at Philly, but still just 3.5 out in the wild card.
That's it.
Now what was it? You made a proclamation.
The All-Star break is very favorable leading into that point.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like they're going to get some players back, like Gleyber Torres, which would be a huge lift to this offense, as we know how much he means to the team.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson Jobe went out and pitched 3 shutout innings yesterday as well. Only gave up a couple hits. Struck out, I think, 5 in his outing. So there's some guys looking to get healthy again. We'll see. Javi Baez is working out again. Hasn't had a rehab start yet, but he's at least working out down there. So they could get some players back here, and the most important one is Gleyber Torres.
So the one thing that happened during that winning streak leading up to the All-Star game, and I guess leading up to last weekend, is that distinct reminder of how much fun winning baseball actually is and how much fun it is to see a team competing the way that they competed. And when you're in the midst of losing streaks, it is a very, I think it's almost therapeutic to pull the plug on your hopes and just say, play for next year. Forgetting how gratifying and what playoff baseball can be like. Because if they're in a playoff spot, and I go back to something I've said really for the last couple months, it's either buy or sell. This should be the most aggressive Scott Harris, the most aggressive posture he's ever taken at a trade deadline for either buying or selling. If nothing materializes, I guess so be it, but I want to hear that Scott Harris is engaged in advanced talks, that Scott Harris has been in touch with this guy or that guy, this GM or that GM, this team or that team, because of the Skubal timeline. We are reaching the end of the swim lane. It feels as though that's the case. And so standing pat is going to be probably the first time that you will see me get more upset about a trade deadline and nothing happening. Because I think we've had teams that have had championship aspirations, but also sustainable futures. This team has championship aspirations and maybe the best asset in the game who's reaching an expiration date with the Tigers, most likely. I feel as though if nothing happens, it better not be because he didn't try hard. I have no issue with him taking a stance and getting super aggressive, whether it's trading Skubal or going all in to buy, unless they define themselves, and I believe it's 16 games till the trade deadline, unless they define themselves as total pretenders, or as you put it, you think they'll be in a playoff spot when the trade deadline hits.
I do. And I continue to say they can buy and sell. After hearing what Tarik Skubal had to say over the weekend, I would absolutely trade him, and I have no problem doing it.
Which was
more conviction on it. Basically, he's saying that he wants to be here for the rest of the season, which I think is a little insulting to the Tiger fans.
Yeah,
because he should have just. I mean, he can say what he's going to say, but had he simply said, "I want to be here," then that gives some hope that there's going to be some contract discussions, that they can get something going, and maybe they can sign Skubal to an extension, give him a 6-year contract, whatever it is, and keep him in the fold here. So when we get past the trade deadline, we can at least feel like, okay, we're going for it with him going for a World Series and beyond. But that's not the case. I mean, he says, I want to be here for the rest of the season because I think this team has a chance to win the World Series. A lot of that is great, but it's that part where he says for the rest of the season, that's a total tune-out. And that just, it bothered me. It rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't like to hear it. And I was already of the mind that I was wanted to trade him anyway, because I think they have enough pitching to survive it. So we'll see where that goes. I mean, he said last week that he wants to be buyers at the deadline. And okay, great. I'm not sure why he's all of a sudden becoming a mouthpiece for this team. When he looks like he's obviously not going to be part of this.
There's no commitment beyond the rest of this year. And it for a guy in his position, he has no concerns about the future of the Detroit Tigers, at least.
No, he's and it appears somewhat to his credit. Like, I do want to give him credit that he's, at least what he's saying is he is focused on this team right now and finishing this season strong and being a World Series contender. And is all that possible? Yeah, all that is possible. There was a report last week that San Diego has to think about what they're doing because they're just in a downward trend, as you know, being a big Padre fan. And they find themselves, they have no shot in the division because they play with the Dodgers. They're like 15 games back or whatever. And they are, I haven't checked lately to see what the final standings are right now, but they're
the same back as the Tigers in the wild card.
Are they in the wild card? Yeah, okay. So they are also 3.5 games back with a bunch of teams they have to leapfrog. Trade Mason Miller. And I thought, wow, if Mason Miller is available, would I trade Max Clark to get Mason Miller? To get the Tigers' top prospect, top 10 prospect in all of baseball, to get the guy that San Diego a year ago traded the top prospect in baseball to acquire, among others. So it would cost you probably more than Max Clark to get him. Mason Miller is signed for 3 more years. He's the best closer in baseball. He has a microscopic earned run average as a Padre over the last year. You know, the second half of last season, the first half of this season, it's literally, the ERA is below 1.0. It's like 0.8 or something. It's crazy. Mm-hmm. And he's striking out everybody he faces. The addition of a player like that to this team would make this team, I think, a contender. A player like that. A lockdown, got him in the 9th inning, nothing's happening to this lead, it's done. And I think that's absolutely a position that the Tigers need. And add to the fact that he'd be here for a few more years would be real intriguing. But 2 things have to happen. I think the Tigers have to keep winning, and the Padres have to keep losing. So we'll see if that actually transpires where Mason Miller is even up for grabs. I mean, San Diego, I don't think they want to give him up, given what they had to give up to acquire him in the first place. But just keep an eye on that. It's a player like that would really make a huge difference for the Detroit Tigers and the rest of this season if you could find a closer. And closers aren't easy to find. And it would be the first time they get a closer that actually is in the prime of his career and not somebody at the end of their career.
248-539-9797. We have a question for the audience we'll get to today at 11:26 in 10 text form. I got something to say about the Mason Miller plan. We'll get to that next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Summer is here, and so are the July specials at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Whether you're planning road trips, hauling the boat, or you're just ready for a new ride, now is the perfect time to upgrade. Get behind the wheel of a brand new 2026 Chevy Silverado and lease it for just $134 a month. That's for 24 months. Or if buying is a better fit, cool. Qualified buyers can take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Need something a little smaller for summer adventures and everyday driving? Well, how about this? You can check out the 2026 Chevy Equinox. You lease one for just $234 a month for 36 months. Or qualified buyers, again, get 0% financing for 36 months. Visit Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield at the corner of Telegraph and 696, just south of 12 Mile. They're even open on Saturdays, making it really easy to shop in whenever your summer schedule allows. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, helping you get where you need to go. Together, let's drive.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. I will not overreact to Summer League games. Trying to keep with the vow. In the meantime,
Chaz Lanier is done?
No. I'm not going to.
Kang, you saw what Chaz Lanier is done.
Oh, dude. Doug, you got to get on this, man. If there's anything you do tonight, go watch the Chaz Lanier highlights from Summer League.
15 3-pointers in 2 games.
No, I'm probably
15.
Actually, the funny thing is I did set the DVR before we left, so I've got a couple games at home waiting to watch.
So, Doug, you watch that, okay? And then tonight I think is your favorite matchup of all time, Gator. Thunder Nuggets.
Oh, is that what's going on?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Thunder Nuggets Summer League.
We got a Thunder Nuggets game.
That's so great.
Thunder Nuggets.
Thunder. These are summer Thunder Nuggets too.
Gonna be sweaty.
Yeah.
Sweaty Thunder Nuggets.
On a season Thunder Nuggets. This is young Thunder Nuggets.
You may not want to wear the long shorts for this one, even though when you have Thunder Nuggets, you probably want to go as tight as you can.
Yeah. Also, we opened the show talking about the Michigan story and Ward Manuel speaking on AM 1050 in Ann Arbor today, who seems to be carrying on business as usual. And at one point, he did say, "Don't believe everything you read." We shall see as we await the results of this Jenner and Block investigation that he says he hasn't seen yet. So if you want to continue going down that road, 248-539-9797. And before the break there, you mentioned Max Clark for Mason Miller. If that is a trade where you're giving up the Tigers' top prospect for what is arguably the best closer in the game, the Padres last year gave up a boatload, including their top prospect.
Yeah, DeVries, and among others. They gave up a few other prospects in their organization too.
Mm-hmm. And they wouldn't want to get pennies on the dollar, right? You'd have to you might even have to sweeten the pot a little bit.
I think you would. I think it would be more if this trade could possibly work, you would have to give up more than Max Clark.
Yes. But to give up Max Clark and something and come away with a dominant bullpen arm, and one can matter because it can reshuffle what everyone else is responsible for. Mm-hmm. And I can't help but wonder how Job and his possible return impacts this team. 2 years ago.
And not having Will Vest.
Yes.
Well,
2 years ago, they handed an unproven Jackson Job the baseball in the postseason. Hello, welcome. Here you go. And unless, and you never know how somebody's going to come back from injury, but one would think that he is probably more capable of being an impact arm a couple years later than he was a couple years ago. And, where does Montero end up in this mix? Where does Flaherty with a strikeout capability end up in this mix?
I mean, it's a playoff team. When you start talking about this is why I say that you can trade Skubal and you still have a really formidable staff. And your sprint to the end of the season here, your 60, whatever it is, 69 games left in the season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it feels like a sprint, and you can get it done. You're going to have plenty of games against teams that you feel like you should beat, and then you've got plenty of games left against the White Sox and the Guardians and the Twins, who are on top of the division. Who you can, they're like compound games.
And it's one of those deals here where getting aggressive this year would be what I would do. I can't imagine to buy or sell. Let me reiterate that. It's hard for me to make a case that trading Skubal doesn't dramatically hurt your playoff chances. Making the playoffs and making your run in the playoffs. There are two different things. And it'd be so hard to find a trade partner. Think about the improbability of the Tigers moving Skubal and making their current roster more competitive. You would have to have a part that is being underutilized dramatically in another organization that just needs the opportunity, more opportunity that team's willing to give up. So we've talked a little bit about how players, things like that can happen. Hao-Yu Lee. Is Hao-Yu Lee going to keep up a certain level of play that makes a Gleyber Torres trade more tolerable in the short term?
If they were to do that.
Or organizations Hao-Yu Lee that is behind a Gleyber Torres that could come here and make an impact at a position of need. I don't want to overstate what Hao-Yu Lee is here. Like I'm not, which it sounds like I might be in danger of doing.
You might be in danger.
Yeah. But Hao-Yu Lee has really come on for this team and helped this team.
He's played nicely. And, now they got Eduardo Valencia, who's done a fantastic job in just 4 games. And I thought the Tigers did a really smart thing when they brought him up by not putting Dingler on the injured list. They just, because Dingler got hit in the hand and everybody got nervous about it. And I thought they handled this right. Hey, it's day to day. We'll wait and see how the swelling goes. We got the All-Star break coming up. We don't want to put him on the IL because if he's ready to play after the All-Star game, we don't want to have to sit and wait 4 more games for him to serve that time. So I thought that was a great move. And, oh, by the way, there goes DFA'd Jahmai Jones. So that makes all the sense in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I continue to say that I think that beyond the Skubal situation, Gleyber Torres is a really tough question for the Tigers to answer because they know how much better the offense is when he's on this team, and yet he's a free agent at the end of the season. And how do you maneuver that? Like, he's a valuable piece. I think that if he's healthy, other teams would be like, yeah, I'd like Gleyber Torres, even though it's a rental. We'd like a guy who gets on base 40% of the time. Yes, please. And the Tigers should take that stance too. But at the same time, Max Anderson. Max Anderson. Yeah. How can I forget the name Anderson? Max Anderson is also, building up his resume at Toledo by drawing more walks. He's got 18 walks. His on-base percentage now has jumped to like 60 points higher than his batting average, which is over 300, by the way. And his OPS is really good. And is he doing enough where, hey, he's going to get that call up and he'll be the replacement at second base if they trade Gleyber Torres? There's lots of moving parts there. And there's still ways to do it. Bob Nightingale and John Heyman, respectively, from USA Today and the New York Post, have both suggested that the Tampa Rays are very interested in Tarik Skubal and that other teams like the Cubs and the Braves would be interested. Not only that, but the Dodgers are going to have the last call. You're going to absolutely call the Dodgers and say, hey, we've got all this interest. What do you think? Milwaukee, everybody's saying Milwaukee would be a perfect fit for Tarik Skubal. So there are teams that will be interested in Tarik Skubal. I don't think it's hard to find that partner. What might be hard is to see how much each of those teams is willing to give up. Is it going to be better than, a compensatory draft pick? And I would hope that it is.
Yeah.
For Tarik Skubal. Otherwise, you don't have to trade him.
I mean, I can't imagine it wouldn't be.
I can't imagine it wouldn't be either. I would imagine that you're going to get top 50 prospects in return for Tarik Skubal if a team wants to acquire him.
Okay, 248-539-9797 if you want to keep going down that road. In the meantime, Kang told me something today because Kang was out last week. You make an annual summer trip every year to Las Vegas to see family, which is different than obviously going to Vegas with the dudes, with the guys.
Not like The Hangover or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
But we do stay on the Strip though, just not the entire time. We stayed a couple nights on the Strip at Cosmo this time. And
you had your 2 daughters with you, correct?
Not on the Strip.
They didn't come on the Strip.
No. They went on. Actually, they went on the Strip one night with us, but
they went to Vegas.
Yeah, they went to Vegas,
but they didn't go down to the Strip.
No.
Okay, just making sure we're clear here. Yeah. So the daughters were on the trip, and you came back and you said you did something in Vegas that you have never done before. What do you think it is? We need 10 texts now. 248-539-9797. What do you think Kang did in Vegas for the first time ever?
Oh.
Sign your text if you have any comments as well. We will read the 10 texts as they come in. 248-539-9797. You've been to Vegas how many times in your life?
Oh, God. More than 10.
More than 10. Yeah. And you'd never done this?
No.
And this is the first time. All right. What do you think Kang did for the first time in Vegas These answers could be interesting and also a little scary. We will get to that today at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, I want you to hold off on your answer until we read some of these texts.
Okay.
And Kang, how many of these texts were salacious?
Most of them.
Okay. Thought that might be the case.
How many times did the word hooker come up?
Oh, more times than am I able to say on the air, Gator.
All right, so these are the 10 texts. Kang went to Vegas he's been there multiple double-digit trips to Vegas, visit family, and it's kind of an annual thing he does every summer, and you did something for the first time.
Yeah, I've done all kinds of trips too, like bachelor parties, birthday parties, family trips. So I've been there for many different reasons.
Yep. Here are the 10 texts that came in. From TT, he went to the Bunny Ranch. From Todd and Carlton, he got his very first lap dance. From Kevin in Boat Town, he golfed. from an unnamed texter. He actually played slots. From Mark, although Mark put a question mark after Mark's name, which is awesome. From Mark? Did he go to the Sphere?
I'm Ron Burgundy.
From Tony and Dexter. He went to the old Vegas Strip. From Brian at work. He went to see a show. From Don in Royal Oak. He did not drink. From an unnamed texter. He went to the Hoover Dam. From Hayden in Flint. He won money gambling.
Oh.
Now, I'm fascinated with this, and I've got some ideas of what I'm going to guess. But we can answer the question. Here's what it's not. Mountain biking in the desert.
I've done that.
Yeah, you have done that.
I survived it.
Yep. He went mountain biking with me when we were out there.
We know it's not the Sphere.
I've been to the Sphere, yes.
Gang was at the NHL draft.
That's right.
Yep.
And you go for the Summer League every year.
Right?
Everyone knows that about me and Gator.
Gang always hit the draft, and Gator always hit Summer League.
Yeah.
Hysterical. Gator, do you care to venture a guess? Would you want to comment on any of the 10 that came over?
I thought some of those ranch, obviously not the Bunny Ranch. I thought that the gambling stuff is interesting.
Yeah,
right?
actually played slots and won money gambling. 2 different answers.
I'm going to guess he's won gambling at some point. The slots thing led me to the direction of where I'm going. I don't think it's slots, but I think he played craps for the first time.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Okay. My guess is, I should have looked it up. What's the name of that giant tower?
Oh, the Stratosphere?
Stratosphere. He rode the roller coaster on top of the Stratosphere. Isn't there a roller coaster up there?
What? Yeah.
There's a roller coaster. I thought it was New York. There's one. I don't know if there's one up there.
New York's
too.
got a roller coaster as well, but the top of the Stratosphere has,
there?
it's like a figure 8 type, an infinity shape thing.
Yeah. Did anybody get it?
No.
Oh boy.
Someone kind of got close, but no one got it.
I'm now really intrigued.
It's okay. I feel kind of bad.
All right.
It is kind of a trick question in a way. And I'll tell you why. Here's the answer. I'm just telling the answer, okay?
Yeah.
For the first time ever of me going to Las Vegas multiple times, double-digit times, I did not place one single bet on anything.
What?
Not one thing. Not a slot machine, not a table game, and more importantly for you guys, not even at the sports book.
Oh. Okay. So a couple things. We're talking about Las Vegas.
That's right.
Okay.
Viva Las Vegas.
Sure. That is disappointing because one of my questions was going to be who was your long shot?
I know. That's why I had to do this early, so get it out of the way. You guys don't
keep asking.
Yeah.
Well, one of the reasons.
Wait a minute. You went to Las Vegas.
I know.
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Sin City.
And you didn't gamble a single dime?
Dude.
Nothing?
It's never happened before.
Not even like walking through the airport and I just pulled a slot machine, which, by the way, somebody recently won like $3 million at a slot at the airport in Vegas. You didn't do that.
Not even with the shady guy playing 3-card monte on the strip. Not even him.
Not like if you're at the hotel waiting for other people, you're going to sit down at the bar and play video poker? Nothing there?
No, not even War at Paris.
Boy, I thought War was the hack.
Don't you always win? Play War at Paris?
Yeah.
Wow.
They don't care.
Wow.
They just lay down usually.
Wow.
Too soon?
Yeah, I thought War was the hack. I'm like, it's War. What can go wrong? Because they make you put another chip down every time you go to War, and they don't put another chip down. But yeah. Anyway,
they'll match it.
Okay, well let's get back to. So you didn't make your annual bet, which, correct me if I'm wrong, was always a 40-1 shot or longer to win the Super Bowl for $100.
Yeah, and then it morphed into last year anything 40 or 1 or more because it just. I think last year for some reason I didn't like any of the teams like enough. I couldn't make a case enough in my mind for a team to win Super Bowl, so I ended up picking the receiver from Alabama to win the Heisman.
Oh,
what was his
Williams.
name?
Yeah.
Williams. Yep.
Okay, so just
should have picked Mendoza.
Yeah. Yes.
Or Indiana to win it. They were like 101 or something
right?
to win. That's crazy.
All right, so if you look at these teams that are 40-1 plus.
All right, I got to pull it up.
No, I can listen for you right now off the top. I mean, you can. I don't know if you did. You give it any thought?
I did. It did cross my mind, and I just
You couldn't pull the trigger.
No, I didn't even I didn't have a chance to do it. There was family. I was busy with my wife. And then I'm not going to lie. I got a kind of sports gambling fatigue. It's not the same. Remember when you had to go to Las Vegas and make that's how you play sports bets, right? And that's a while ago. And then it started opening up a little bit more online, and now more and more states. And it's on my phone here in Michigan. We have MGM here. I don't have to do it in Vegas anymore.
Yep.
Obviously. So I think honestly that's part of it. I don't need to. I didn't.
I've only placed a sports bet in Vegas when I go in July. I mean, the only thing going on is baseball. I've only done it once out of I think this is my 5th trip in July to go. 4th or 5th trip. I've only done it once.
Because you don't do futures usually.
I don't do future bets, and I typically don't bet baseball anyway, but I bet on there was an all-star game thing that I bet on that, or maybe in home run derby when I was out there that I bet. Otherwise, I don't. When I've been there in the fall, absolutely will bet football. I think it depends on the time of the year. If you were there in September or October, you're betting football.
You have to almost. Yeah. It's impossible.
And that's the joy of being there, even though, of course, you've got your phone. It's got the app or whatever you want to do.
So in the summer when I'm usually there, Doug, you're right, Gator, it's just baseball normally. But this time there's World Cup, and everyone was going World Cup crazy. And then there was the UFC fight with Conor McGregor. So there was other stuff to even bet on.
But you didn't even play blackjack.
I know.
What?
I know, man.
I mean, was this a stance, or was this you just didn't have time, or was the wife shooting the evil eye, or what was going on?
It was just, honestly, it was a combo play. Just a combination of time. I like I said, I got the fatigue. I just didn't get the itch. Everything.
Where did you stay?
Cosmopolitan. They have a casino. It's a gorgeous hotel. Perfect. I mean,
what's happened to you, man?
Yeah, dude.
I don't know. Am I all grown up now? I have no idea.
Okay. Now, to be fair, I think we could all admit when kids come along, it does change things. At the very least, it takes away from the time that you would have Kang time, if you will. So you probably didn't spend as much time in casinos.
I didn't. I do feel more guilty now not spending time with the family, even though I was there a week, so I could easily take a few hours at least. But usually, so what I would usually do if I don't have time on the strip, because if I'm with the wife, she doesn't want me unless she's going to go play slots or something like that, I'm not going to be like, hey, stay in the room or do whatever. I'm going to be back in 2 hours, playing blackjack.
Might
or
be 20 minutes, but we'll see.
Exactly, right. But there's a casino, there's casinos everywhere. You don't have to go to the strip, right? So there's the local casinos people go to. So the house that we stay at, there's a casino literally 5 minutes away. I would go there and place my 40-1 bet, and I just didn't do it this year. I didn't get in the car and drive. I just I'll just stay at the pool.
I'm kind of disappointed.
Well, and the other part of this is,
I mean, it is what it is.
There's a lack of sense of urgency because you could also do it here at any time. But here are the 40-1 teams. At plus 4,500 are the Indianapolis Colts and Minnesota Vikings. At plus 5,000, the Washington Commanders. At plus 5,500, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. At plus 7,000, Pittsburgh and the Giants. At plus 7,500, the Falcons. At plus 8,000, the Panthers and Saints. At plus 12,500, the Tennessee Titans and the Las Vegas Raiders. At plus 35,000 are the Cleveland Browns. The Jets are plus 35,000. The Dolphins are plus 60,000, and Arizona is plus 100,000.
I might like the Giants out of that group.
Is that what you go with?
If I were to,
You're a Scatterable guy, Dart guy.
I'm more of a Jackson Dart fan, and I like their defense.
Yeah, I mean, these are all long shots. I'm not going to shoot you down.
Course.
You know what I mean? Hey,
we know what they are. Yeah.
You're a moron. What are you doing, man? Why would you waste your money like that?
No, my money is really on the Rams.
Yeah,
However,
right, exactly.
I will tell you that if I had to bet a long shot, I would probably take the Giants out of that group.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd have to give it a little bit more research. But my first instinct, it's funny. I'm like, Titans intrigue me a little bit. But so do you think is this eliminated now? You done?
Well, I could always do it here, like we said, and I'm not going to eliminate it. I think I got to do it. I just didn't do it in Las Vegas this time.
I think there'll be a show we do in August where
the long shot.
Kings can make the long shot bet.
248.
Wait, you know what? Sorry, Doug. Gator's going to Las Vegas. Maybe I'll just give you my money, and you can make the bet for me. Like it's still in Las Vegas.
I mean, I could.
I can't imagine you.
Of course, I would do it if that's what you want. Sure.
I can't imagine you not doing this.
Oh, I'm gambling.
Oh, he's gambling.
Yeah, there may not be any sports gambling I'm doing, but if you don't think that I'm going to be playing blackjack, then you got another thing coming.
Everything, if you asked anyone on this show, who's the one most likely to go to Vegas and not gamble?
Would have been you.
100%. And here, Hundo P. And here it is. It was Kang. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Help your new driver stay safe and confident. Sam Bernstein Law and the Michigan State Police are giving away free safety kits and student driver magnets. Prompt extra patience from others. Claim yours at an MSP Post or at callsam.com/car safety kit. The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Back from a trip to Antigonish, Nova Scotia. Another family every 2 years. We do this. We've done Northern Michigan, Savannah, Prince Edward Island, Victoria, British Columbia, and now actually Nanaimo, British Columbia, which is across from Victoria, and now Antigonish, Nova Scotia. Every 2 years we get together with all the cousins. Had a very good time. Glad to be back. Had some travel snafus that we'll get to a little bit later on in the noon hour. In the meantime, we opened the show today talking about Ward Manuel going on WTK this morning in Ann Arbor and answering a bunch of questions about his current status and some of the accusations. And he was, he sat in and answered all the questions and I think it's interesting that he was comfortable doing that given the swirling rumors that there was a buyout going on with him and that it was a result of the Jenner and Brock and Jenner, whatever the name of the Block.
Jenner and Block.
Yeah. That they are doing an investigation into the Michigan Athletic Department. And, something I've always said about scandal is, get the cavity out, the entire thing. You got 2 or 3 cavities, whatever is going on, you don't drill for one of them, and they need to get everything on the table. And it's taken too long as it is. And, hopefully this Jenner and Block investigation produces everything it can possibly produce. So Michigan can either be held accountable, the people involved be held accountable, or just turn the page.
Or both.
Yes. Jenner and Block, Ward said he didn't feel like his job was in imminent danger. And, I was transcribing as he went. As it relates to my future, I've been fired on social media 3 times. I just moved through it. It's nonsense. It affects me and my staff. Don't believe everything that's out there. But he did admit he didn't know what the future held, and does believe and has said there have been conversations in the last 9 months about possibility of a buyout, but no conversation. He has had no conversation over the last months on where this can go. He has had conversations over the last month about where this can go, but nothing new. And his appearance and what he's saying publicly says one of 2 things. One, he is confident that this investigation is not going to produce anything, or is unaware of what it's going to produce. Or 2, he's putting up a front while negotiations are going on quietly behind the scenes. The most disturbing stuff, as I parachuted in yesterday and saw what was out there, was the Partridge stuff. Chris Partridge, in a whole separate story in a lawsuit, has added that people knew about the Sharon Moore, Paige Shiver relationship, and that people knew more about Connor Stalions that was let on, including Ward. And if that's the case, these seems like the kind of things that would be grounds for termination. But that stuff's going to play itself out in court. That has to be vetted and proven in court. With that said, his public front on this I find fascinating.
Well, I thought it was really interesting yesterday because the story broke over the weekend. Dan Wetzel had a story. Ross Dellinger had a story about it, both in ESPN and Yahoo, basically intimating that he could be gone this week.
Mm-hmm.
And so for him to come out yesterday with quotes to various sources or outlets, I should say, and say, my relationship with the president of the university is great. I haven't been told that I'm not coming back, so I expect to come back. And I think that's the stance he should take until told otherwise. Yeah, I expect to be here. We had a normal conversation. We'll see. But I expect to be here. Now, I think the reason he's able to say that is because the results of this report have not come out. I don't know if they're going to come out publicly or not. The Board of Regents is supposed to meet on Thursday. This is not an item up for the agenda, so I wonder if the Board of Regents even has the report at this point in time. And when they get the report, they're going to need time to sift through it before they make any kind of determination. So I would imagine this is still a ways away from coming to a conclusion.
And now one of the things that I think everybody is wondering is what's going on with Michigan's vetting process. How do they end up with a Matt Weiss? How do they end up with a Connor Stalions? And he said, they got background checks that have been in place to filter guys out. He was specifically asked about, Connor Stalions to Matt Weiss to Sharon, and he said their background checks in place to filter guys out. And then he added, and again, I was trying to type as quickly as I could as he said it. So in part, he said, I have not found or been promised any background check firm that can clean out 100% of people who can make bad decisions. I have talked about these issues and what has happened here and on other campuses with our staff about behaviors that are unacceptable here. I'm constantly bringing those situations up with the staff, and it won't be tolerated here. If someone knows something that is 100%, they let me know. Have you changed anything with the question was, have you changed anything with your background and oversight process? He said, we have a new firm. I asked the staff to step up. If you see something, say something. If you see an issue, bring it up. From an HR perspective, you cannot operate on rumors. If there is no evidence, there is no evidence. Rumors can't be the way you manage people. You should have known, or you should have known, you should have dealt with it. Should I fire someone without evidence? So answering the question when people say you should have known, you should have dealt with it. Should I fire someone without evidence? That second part is more about the Sharon Moore, Paige Shiver relationship, where Partridge says he knew and everybody knew. And people like to say everybody knew. And when those rumors got out there, I started making phone calls and found out that Michigan had done an investigation, which included interviewed with the people involved and people close to it. And they got phones and laptops and computers and went through the forensics of them to see if there was any evidence of this, and they didn't find any. Now, ultimately, the question comes down is how hard did they look, right? How big of a deal did they really, really go into it? Should they have looked harder? Should they have done more? And maybe that's what the Jenner and Block investigation will reveal.
I think there's a separation of like when things go bad between students and coaching staff. Students can have some knucklehead behavior because they're younger people and they make bad decisions, and some of it are criminal, right? You can't, it's not knucklehead, it's criminal, some things. Mm-hmm. But a staff is something that you hire. A staff is something you have a real say over. And when you find mistakes with a particular coaching staff and with Michigan, it's been more than just a couple of guys. I mean, they've had a whole laundry list of things that went wrong. It ends up becoming a cumulative effect, and I think ultimately that is probably what could take him down, is that, okay, great, we might exonerate you from this, and this, and this, but that's 4 things we're having to exonerate you for, and yet they were 4 legitimate problems. And because it's under your umbrella of when you were the athletic director, whether you hired Jim Harbaugh or not, and he didn't, but was certainly the athletic director there for most of the years that Jim was there, and all these problems started to creep up, you were the guy in charge, and at some point, you have to be held accountable for it. And I think ultimately it ends up with some sort of settlement with the university that also includes an NDA, and we'll probably won't hear too much from Ward Manuel after that.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines. If you want to continue down that road, Michigan fans, what do you think of all this? We had some Tiger talk mixed in, home run derby, amongst other things, as we continue here on a Tuesday, as I am back from the Great White North. Good times. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. There will be 4 Tigers at the All-Star Game in Philadelphia tonight. Riley Green, making his 3rd straight appearance, will bat 8th and play left field for the American League, joined by the rookie Kevin McGonigal, the Philly native, catcher Dylan Dingler, and Legends pick Justin Verlander. This is the end of what will be a Hall of Fame career for JV, but this has been an injury-riddled season. He talked about what went into his choice to retire. Verlander won't play tonight, but will be introduced with all the other All-Stars before the game in Philly at 8 o'clock. Meantime, the home run derby at the All-Star game last night did not disappoint. The boos rained down on the Cardinals' Jordan Walker, and he hit 6 straight bombs in the final round to beat Kyle Schwarber, who represented the host team Phillies. And Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel won't deny that he's had conversations about a possible buyout, but he says he currently remains on the job and wants to do so into the future. The U of M Board of Regents meets in Traverse City for their meeting on Thursday. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, happy lunchtime, everybody. It is the Carson Anderson program. Back from a vacation in Antigonish, Nova Scotia, where Scott, my cousins, they put on a heck of a show. St. Francis Xavier University, who might be on some SEC team schedule this year. It's funny because we were up there, and one night we were at a local establishment, and there was a bouncer. Bouncer also happened to be the wide receivers coach.
Oh, nice.
But we chose that because my mom and many of my cousins went to school there, and so got a chance to see. We actually donated because I had a cousin that was on the rugby team, and they were building and raising money for a new locker room, and our names are on the wall of the locker room because we donated.
That's pretty cool.
It was really cool. It was really I enjoyed the hell out of that. But Canada, let me tell you about Canada Nice. Okay,
all right.
First of all, we flew into Halifax. You could spend a week in Halifax having every meal at a different bar in downtown Halifax. It is a town that is set up for entertaining. And I'm like, they got to get a CFL team here or something. Feels like they should be rewarded with a...
Or maybe the Bears could move there.
Indeed, they build the stadium for the Bears.
And Halifax, for people that want to know, it's due east of Maine.
Yeah, sorry. So my mom's from New Brunswick, but she went to college in Nova Scotia. People go, where's New Brunswick? It's Maine.
Yeah.
Like if you go to Maine,
a little more north,
and you
a little
just
northeast,
keep
northeast.
going, you get to New Brunswick, and then if you keep going again and kind of peel around to the south, you get to a peninsula, Nova Scotia, which is where we were. Here's Canada Nice for you. We were told to take the water taxi across, which is just basically a ferry, across the bay from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia to Halifax, Nova Scotia. Don't try and drive in downtown Halifax. We get there and they take cash only. We have no cash. We have no Canadian money. And the guy who's running it goes, we say, is there a Scotiabank? Because my dad actually has an account at Scotiabank. And we say, is there a Scotiabank nearby? And he goes, just get on the ferry. Pay me when you come back. I'm like, really?
That's so Canada.
Yeah, it's so Canada. He said, hit the Scotiabank. Pay us when you come back.
How long was the ferry ride? I'm looking at it. It doesn't look like it's that
it's
far
like 10
across,
minutes. 10 minutes across the bay. And so that's exactly what we did. We hunted down a Scotiabank, got some cash, and paid the guy on the return trip. And I'm like, this is Canadians. Canadians and Australians to me.
Nicest people.
Very, 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 very nice people.
Gracious, accommodating.
Yep.
Laid back.
Yep.
And funny.
And funny. Definitely funny.
And funny.
How was your weekend?
It was good. Like I said, they had the Kenny thing on Saturday. They went to a pool party on Saturday evening. That was fun. And I can't remember what I did on Sunday. Just kind of lounged around the house watching baseball and some golf and whatnot.
Yeah.
But just kind of taking it easy.
By the way, you are all in on announcing golfers that commit to the Rocket Classic.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Friday or over the weekend that Brooks Koepka?
I just saw it yesterday. I heard last night Jennifer Hammond mentioning it on Sportsworks. So
and maybe I might be wrong on this.
That's great.
Dare I say that this is shaping up to be the best field ever in their last year?
It's shaping up to be pretty good. I'm not sure. I think this might be because of the time of the year that it comes. Because it's no longer either right before or right after a major. You've got a couple. You'll have the British Open is this weekend, and then you'll have a full week in between the British Open and the Rocket Classic. So that's good, and it's golfers trying to get the final run there to accumulate as many points as they can for the FedEx Cup standings and that whole thing. So I think it's a better time of year for them. And look, they haven't completely closed the book on it.
I was about to say, is there still a Hail Mary out there?
There might be a Hail
completed?
Mary out there. And I think if they're able to, if they're able to somehow wrangle a Scotty Scheffler to the mix, who, by the way, just missed his first cut in forever.
Well, he better work on his game.
Yeah, he's going to have to work on his game, and he should probably work on his game here in Detroit.
Get some confidence back.
Yeah.
It's known as an easy course.
Yeah, and Rory McIlroy.
It feels like a career crossroads for Scotty Scheffler. It's now or never, right?
And what the hell's happened to Rory McIlroy? He probably needs to get sharpened up too. But if they're somehow able to land one of those two as well,
yeah,
it'd be amazing. It'd just be amazing. And I'm curious to see how this all looks. Look, I was on the course a few weeks ago out at DGC for the media event, and we didn't get to play the course that they're going to play because it's under renovation still. They've been renovating it since last year. And what little I did get to see looked spectacular.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really curious to see how it shows up on TV, or I'm not sure if I'm in town that weekend to be there in person. So it's something where you just want to see the best foot forward, right? If it's the last foot, make it the best foot. And you're right. Right now, they've got a lot of pretty good golfers that have committed to this thing, but by no means is it like 15 of the top 20 golfers. And you wish you could have more of that, and maybe we'll see more and more commit. But Brooks Koepka, the latest, that's certainly a fan favorite, even though he went to live for a couple of years.
Yeah, well, he's got some making up to do.
He's got some making up to do.
But this helps. Well, I look at it through the lens of I've always wanted this event to be successful. I've always wanted Detroit to embrace it and for it to be accepted as it's going to be a regular stop. It's just like the John Deere or whatever, the Memorial or something. It won't be that, but could it possibly just be a firmed up regular stop where there's interest from the golfers? And quite frankly, it's never felt like it's fully taken off.
Well, the problem they have in the future is if golf is really going to split into these two types of events, it's like the haves and the have-nots. It's the events for the top 100 golfers in the world and the not top 100, right? If you're in that second group, who wants to go see that? Like, you want to see the big names. That's the whole point. And if they're not guaranteed a spot in the haves portion of it, then I don't blame them for not renewing it, because it just doesn't make sense. Because you're not going to have the foot traffic. You're not going to have the interest at all.
In the meantime, it's good to at least see Brooks come out, and I will still hold on hope for a Hail Mary.
I will as well.
Mm-hmm.
I saw this headline.
Yeah.
Kay, I don't know if you saw this headline, but this is from Amari Sankofa of the Free Press. 4 Summer League observations. And then it says, Anabuka Okori showcasing his vast toolkit, Chaz Lanier being a flamethrower, and more.
Okay, look.
Flamethrower.
I actually saw flames.
Toolkit.
I saw flames coming out of it. When he hit his 6th one, Doug, fire.
It wasn't just that NBA video game
No.
that you could see with
legit flames.
Legit flames.
Twice in my life, I have made bold proclamations based on Summer League basketball. And we all know what a great career Henry Ellenson had as a Detroit Piston. We all know how Stanley Johnson was just the basketball equivalent of a 5-tool baseball player, according to this guy.
Stanley Johnson.
I have vowed not to overreact to Summer League basketball.
What about Walter Sharp?
I don't remember Sharp. But flamethrower, you say, huh?
Flamethrower. Said He's made 15 3-point shots in his last 2 games. It's not like he's taken 60 shots. It's 15 to 24.
Summer League is so misleading.
Come on.
It's so misleading. You were trying to get me to go back on my vow, and I'm almost sure I'm not going to.
Look, the summer of Doug's done.
Summer of Doug might be done. It was a very unsuccessful summer of Doug.
You still got time.
I do.
I mean, Chaz Lanier being a flamethrower.
Okay, so how does he fit into the rotation?
Here we go.
Like, if let's say it's true, and I always think of a player that was once one of ours, and I thought basically after about a few years in the league, my God, they could use him as Chris Middleton. And, so if you draft a guy and he doesn't immediately hit the ground running, but where exactly does Chaz Lanier fit into the rotation? Because my guess is he's not going to play in front of Cade, Duncan Robinson, Isaiah Joe, Danis Jenkins, Kevin Huerter. Like, where does he fit?
Well, you got to look. You got to look hard because he's behind a lot of players, man. Mm-hmm. I'd love to see him fit in somewhere, and he's trying to shoot his way on this club, right?
Is there a reason why Marcus Sasser is no longer on the team?
I mean,
is that the role Chaz can kind of fight his way into?
You mean he won't play like Sasser didn't?
Yeah, exactly. But he'll be there.
He won't play like Chaz Lanier didn't play last year. 35 games on the season.
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I mentioned Okori. When I was mentioning where does he fit in the rotation, does he take minutes away from Okori? Or are they getting more committed to Okori than they will to Chaz Lanier?
You know what's funny is that I'm looking at ESPN.com, their Pistons page, and they have a depth chart. And I'm looking at the depth chart, and nowhere on it is Chaz Lanier.
They don't even list him on the depth chart?
They've got Abuka Okori on the second team point guard behind Cade Cunningham. The second team is Okori, Isaiah Joe, Duncan Robinson, Ron Holland, and Paul Reed.
Well,
then the third team is Danis Jenkins, Kevin Huerter, also lists Isaiah Joe as a possibility there. Taurean Prince, John Collins is on there as a possibility, although they have him as a starter as well. Then you got to keep in mind they added Gary Harris to the mix as well.
Yep.
Javonte Green is coming back. They still have Wendell Moore Jr. There's a lot going on.
I'll just say this. Maybe my workaround here is that I mostly said it thinking about Okori as a rookie. In the previous cases, in Ellenson and Stanley Johnson's case, I overreacted to rookies in Summer League. Chaz Lanier, not a rookie.
Second-year player. Blossoming.
I got to go home and watch those DVR games that I recorded while I was gone.
Flamethrower.
Well, he is a flamethrower indeed. 248-539-9797. Have you watched the Summer League, and how are you processing what you are seeing? 248-539-9797. In the meantime, someone from the organization said something about Jalen Duren. You'll hear that at 12:20 here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. It's time for Star Stripes and Savings on demos all month long. Pay just $189 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 2FL 4x4 with $999 down. $189 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount and Chevy lease loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo may have up to 2,000 miles plus tax and fees with approved credit. Offer ends August 3rd.
So I saw this from NHL Rumor Report. They kind of keep track of all the NHL rumors that are out there, and then they'll, not necessarily link it, although I wish they would, but they give credit to where the story comes from. This one comes from the fourth period. It says that several other teams have expressed interest in Dylan Larkin, including the Sharks, the Kraken, and the Devils.
Oh.
But Larkin has not yet been willing to significantly expand his list of teams. And this is from a couple days ago, from July 11th.
77%. Originally I thought there was like a 10% chance that Larkin would not get traded and would be back with the Red Wings. And it has slowly moved to now. If you ask me where's Dylan Larkin playing next year, I will say he is playing with the Detroit Red Wings. Is it likely he gets traded? I feel like it gets less and less likely all the time because Larkin seems inflexible. Which he can be. He can choose to be. But I also think Yzerman is stingy in terms of what he has to get back market value and determined to get back market value. I don't blame him for that. And I suppose I don't necessarily blame Dylan Larkin for exercising the right to a no trade clause. But the bottom line is there is no question that the list that he gave provides little flexibility in what our guy Yzerman can do. So, hey man, I have more conviction that he will be back. Have you moved it? You haven't moved much at all, have you? You still think he's going to get traded?
Yeah.
But if you move, at least you think it's a little bit more likely that he comes back?
I mean, maybe a little bit. I know lots of people are way on the opposite. That there's 0% chance, 0.0% chance. There's no way. How could he come back to this team in this situation? And I just think that there's always a way. That there's a speech that could be crafted. You can get people together on this, and they could work through it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think there's a way that they could. And it's I continue to say it's unfortunate because the way that this summer has played out so far. And with other stories, with other players, I mean, and the Red Wings seemingly having interest in other players, if Larkin had never said he wanted to leave, could they have made a move to improve this team with a big player? Like, could they have gone out there and gotten Jason Robertson or go after Zach Werenski or some player of that ilk to add to this team that already has Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond and Alex DeBrincat and, Mo Seider and all that? Would that make this team a definite playoff team and perhaps a contender?
Okay. I mentioned it before the break is we've got the Larkin saga. We've got the Jalen Duren saga. We got a Tarek Skubal saga. There's a lot of sagas right now ongoing in Detroit sports. Hell, we added a Michigan saga over the weekend. We are all into the various levels of saga and have talked about them. But Duren, we haven't brought up today. Over the weekend at the Summer League, when Chaz Lanier and Abuka Okori were putting on an absolute show, they say Lanier is a flamethrower, Gator. Oh.
You say he's a flamethrower, huh?
This is Gator's doing.
And 100% Gator.
And
get funky with it.
Let's be clear here. Kang, I ask you, is Gator more excited about this than anything we've done on the air the last 2 weeks?
No. The answer is no.
Yeah. How do you know? You weren't even here last week.
I know.
That's true. Kang was gone all last week. I can speak to Monday through Wednesday of last week.
This song has a little Prince funk to it.
What? Okay, can we recap which beat writer called Chaz Lanier a flamethrower so we know who to blame?
Amari Sankofa.
Okay. Damn it, Amari! This is right in Gator's musical wheelhouse.
Snake Isles band. This is like early 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Your musical wheelhouse. Yeah.
Hasn't changed much.
My 8-track collection was spectacular, and I may have had this, freeze frame. I think it's from Freeze Frame.
Is it? All right. So let's move on. On the broadcast.
I haven't heard that song, by the way, in 30 years, maybe more.
Couldn't tell back here.
Oh. No, I couldn't tell here either.
Love it. You weren't getting the funk vibes? You weren't feeling it?
Yes, I was more focused on what we were going to do next on the show rather than dancing and bouncing and doing whatever you were doing.
Yeah, but next time you hear it, you're going to be, that's a jam. In fact, you may put it in your phone to play on the way home. I can see that happening.
Yes, it's most likely. Anyway, Jalen Duren, Dwayne Casey, who's serving as a consultant with the Pistons organization, was on the broadcast on Sirius XM of a Pistons Summer League game, and the topic of Duren came up, where it stands right now with him and the contract and what he needs to do as a player. Here's what he said. This one, I'm less sure how it's going to end. I feel as though this staring match is coming with an organization that vows publicly how much they love the player. The contract, though, clearly hasn't indicated that to the player, the contract offer. And the player is looking for a lifeline anywhere to get a offer sheet signed to drive up his price. And I suppose that's part of the business here. Is this part of the business of the game? And it shouldn't lead to angst or being upset with anyone until it starts to impact the team on the floor. It's July 14th, man. We have no reason to get worked up now, right? But at some point, I guess I question, and at some point I start to worry, and we haven't gotten there yet, but I could see a future here where I'm worried about the offseason with Duren impacting this team negatively on the floor.
Well, I mean, if I were advising Jalen Duren, I would say, look, you took a chance on it, on seeing what your value was in the marketplace, and you have your answer. I mean, it came back and teams decided to move on. And one of those teams was Sacramento. They didn't make an offer. Now, maybe the teams are scared away because they thought the Pistons going to make an offer, would match any offer, and it sounds like that's exactly what they would have done. But he didn't get any offers. So if I were advising Jalen Duren, I would say, look, just take all this to heart. Go ahead, sign an extension. Do it for a shorter term if you want. You can do whatever you want, 2-3 years, whatever it is. But use it as fuel to get better. You know you have to improve your game. What happened in the postseason was shocking, frankly, to Piston fans. I don't know if it was shocking to him or to his coaching staff, but he was exposed as needing to get considerably better offensively. And frankly, his rebounding declined significantly as well. So he's got to improve on his game. Use it as fuel this summer. Get bigger, get better, get stronger. And work on the offensive part of the game. You heard Dwayne Casey talk about it. Hey, they're putting a defender behind you. You've got to work on these moves. And it's going to be a work in progress. Understand that. You have to be more than just a lob threat in the NBA if you're going to be playing starters minutes, right? And he needs to play starters minutes because he's a rebounding machine. He's a rim protector and all that. But last year was a guy who averaged almost 20 points a game in the regular season, and that production was cut in half in the postseason. There's so much more to give. And if you remember going back to the postseason games, in the playoffs, it felt like a number of times every game where he'd get the ball in the paint and it was knocked out of his hands, or he just didn't have a good position to make easy shots.
Couldn't get an angle to the basket.
No, shots that were like, you're 5 feet from the rim. You should be able to get something better than this. You're 6'10", and he just wasn't able to finish for a variety of reasons. But it doesn't feel like, oh, there's no hope in this guy. There's hope. You got to figure it out. You got to work at it. And the first step is coming back to the Pistons and saying, all right, let's get a deal done. Let's work on it. And, I'll work closely with the coaches for the rest of the summer.
It's crazy because Duren doesn't even have to sign any extension. He could just accept that qualifying offer and play on a 1-year, really small deal and really prove himself. Say, hey, I'll get this max contract next year if he wants to take that chance. And the other thing is, Casey kind of lifted the curtain a little bit, basically saying what we all saw, but like he said it in his own words. Hey, this is what they were doing during the playoffs. He could not adjust. They knew what they were doing. They couldn't get him to be the player he was during the regular season. And that happened in real time. We watched it. I mean, it's crazy. He was all NBA third team, and he sat, the entire overtime. B-ball Paul played the entire overtime of a playoff game, and Duren was not hurt or in foul trouble. He just got benched.
Well, I don't know how this thing's going to play itself out, but I wonder how Piston fans are feeling about it. 248-539-9797. When do you start to worry that this contract stare down might impact the 2026-2027 Pistons on the floor in a tangible way? 248-539-9797. Hey, soccer fans, we're in the last week of the World Soccer Championships, and Twin Peaks can't wait to host you for the semifinals. That's right, today and tomorrow at 3 p.m. Your favorite lodge is hosting watch parties for two monster matchups. Today, between a battle of two of the top teams in the world, as Spain and France take the pitch, then circle back as defending champ Argentina battles England. Why go to Twin Peaks for soccer? That's a no-brainer. Each lodge boasts 50-plus wall-to-wall TVs, bringing you all the action and the game audio pumping out of the speakers, which is an important part. The best part about the semis falling on Tuesday and Wednesday at 3, happy hour. That's right. You can take advantage of their awesome happy hour deals while you take in the best soccer games of the tournament. Talking $5 Tall House beers, Tito's, Jack, and more. Or if you prefer premium, $7 Woodford Reserve, Patron, or Grey Goose. Not to mention awesome food options at both prices. So get your jersey on, grab your scarf or whatever, and take your crew to your favorite lodge to cheer on your squad. And the beautiful Twin Peaks girls can't wait to see it. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Bunch of feedback coming in on a variety of topics. So let's get caught up. As a Michigan fan, I don't like this stuff, but honestly do not care about any of this stuff. Maybe that makes me a bad person, but all I care about is what happens on Saturdays in the fall and in March for basketball and Michigan hockey. We all know how college sports is gross. That's from Nick and Ipsy. The university never fails to create drama at the worst times. This investigation and lawsuit coming right before football season is interesting. Is this a particularly bad time? I don't know if it's a particularly bad time. I mean, I think the only thing I don't like about the time is the story's going on 3+ years. I've said it from day one, root out every detail, get it out there. So we're not sitting here 3 years later still talking about this and then either accept your punishment or turn the page or do both, I guess. But
well, I think the bad timing of the thing comes with the Chris Partridge lawsuit. Because you got all this stuff with Ward Manuel to begin with, and then there's a separate issue with Chris Partridge lobbing more accusations that may or may not be part of this whole Jenner Block investigation.
And that's one of the issues is since that is a court case, it's a lawsuit. Those are quick. Like that might take time for it to be resolved as to what is factual there and what is not. 248-539-9797. Wow, injury report saying Baez, Meadows, Torres back after All-Star break with Job shortly after them. That's from an unnamed texter. Injury report saying Baez, Meadows, and Torres all back after All-Star break. Have we heard that about Parker Meadows?
I have not.
Okay. I have absolutely zero problem with our ace wanting to stay here this year and then get as much money as he can when he is in free agency, like every other player in history. Well, you know what it is? I think the way it gets interpreted by fans, and for people who don't know what that's in reference to, Skubal said yesterday at the All-Star game he wants to finish out the season in Detroit. It feels like a bit of a hollow commitment from the fans because they don't want him to just finish out the season. Of course, they'd like to see him stay here in perpetuity. They'd like him to sign a contract that keeps him around here. So saying he's committed and really wants to be here the rest of the year, well, there's nothing wrong with expressing that opinion. I think it's like, well, that's nice, but we're interested in the relationship committing beyond the end of this season. But you also said earlier in the show when you heard that, you were like, trade him.
Yeah.
Not out of bitterness.
No, not out of bitterness. I mean, I've been saying trade him for months now. I mean, you go back to the off season. I wanted to trade him, with the whole arbitration thing. Like, trade him. Yeah, let's go. And it's not that I don't like the player. I love the player. I mean, how do you not love a 2-time Cy Young Award winner? But it's clear, and it's crystal clear with the statement that he made that he doesn't have an intention of signing with his team in the offseason. He wants to stay here for the rest of the season. He doesn't want to get traded because he wants to stay for the rest of the season, he says, because he thinks this team has a chance to win the World Series. Well, if you think they have a chance to win a World Series now, what do you think it's going to be in the future when you're bringing up more stars and when you have an opportunity to go out and add to this roster in the off season? Do you have a better chance next year if you stuck around? But it doesn't sound like he wants to stick around. And I think we're having to kind of put words in his mouth, I guess, or read into the thoughts because, he's constantly deferred to his agent. Well, it's not up to, everybody says the same thing. It's not up to me, I let the negotiations go through my agent, which you should to an extent, but you do control where you want to go. And I just don't think it's in the cards for them to think that he's going to be here next year. So yeah, trade him.
Let me ask you a question. Is there any way that he actually does want to be here beyond the end of this year, but he's playing this hardball game to try and coax the best possible offer he can out of the home team here?
I hope not. I
hope that's.
Well, I'm just saying I hate game playing.
So, but that's what negotiations are.
I understand, and I would hope that at this point in time, that if he actually wants to play for the Detroit Tigers moving forward, let him know. Let the Tigers know. Say, yeah, this is my preference, but understand you're going to have to bid against a lot of people. I want to play here, but I'm not going to give a hometown discount. There's going to be a price to pay if that's to be had, and let's go.
Maybe there is a point here the rest of the way. Well, I might be grabbing at straws, but you always wonder if there's more to the story and more to the strategy of the negotiations. Todd in Belleville writes in, I miss Reese Olson. That is all. Got it. Yep. Noted. I think we all miss Reese Olson.
Yeah, there's definitely missing him. As far as Parker Meadows is concerned, I don't think he's even started to resume hitting yet. At least an update on June 25th was he has not resumed hitting yet. Gleyber Torres and Jackson Jobe both played yesterday in the Florida Complex League to get some work in. Jobe threw 3 innings of work there, with allowing just 2 hits and no walks and no runs. And Gleyber Torres went 1 for 3 with a double and an RBI. That was his first rehab appearance. Mentioned he'll be continuing to play a few more games there, and maybe he return if he's ready to go come this weekend when the Tigers are at the Angels, I believe. Then he could be back to the team as soon as Friday night. That'd be great.
That'd be awesome. What Larkin's list tells me that if he had to rank the top 4 teams he'd prefer to play for next season, the Red Wings come in at number 4. Yeah, I mean,
or 5.
Yeah, well, if the list I guess is expanded. Dallas was added to it. Has that been a confirmed report?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's confirmed, but I trust the reporting on it. It's out there, and then there's a report again for the 4th period. Another one of these that says that the Stars are willing to part with Jason Robertson in potentially a trade for Dylan Larkin. But Jason Robertson's a restricted free agent. He's going to have to get a contract and seeing what players are signing for with contracts right now. It may either price the Red Wings out of it, but it would also cost you more than just Dylan Larkin, presumably, to land Jason Robertson.
Mike in South Lyon writes in, I like Jalen Duren, but he and Asar can't play together. I could see a world where Collins is at center and the other 4 are Okori, Asar, Cade, Robinson, and Robinson or Joe. No room for JD. You know, it's interesting. Here's why I disagree with this text. 1, it is committed to the fact that neither of these players will get better offensively, which given their ages, I would say be careful because you might let a soon-to-be great player on both ends of the floor walk away. 2 is it kind of gets a little hard and fast rule-y, like you can't do it the way the Pistons tried to do it last year. Whereas given the Pistons' commitment to add outside shooting, that if they have more shooters on the floor, how does that change things for a slasher like Asar and a post player like Jalen Duren?
I mean, Asar Thompson is 23 years old. Jalen Duren's 22.
Yep.
If you want to give up on guys at that stage of their life, let alone their career, then do it so at your own peril. I certainly wouldn't do that. I don't think either player has defined what they are offensively. I think that there are limits to what they can be offensively, but I do think that there's way more to give at this point.
From an unnamed texter, I'm not worried at all about JD and the Pistons. I believe we still have B-Ball Paul. We still have B-Ball Paul. He was just as good as Duren in the playoffs. We should be able to make the playoffs.
I like Paul Reed. I don't know if I want Paul Reed to play 35 minutes a game or 30 minutes a game. I like him a lot, though. And a lot of it was because he was instant offense in his role.
He's really good in his role. Is he ready to take on more? And I'm not comfortable with that. I like him in the role he is cast. And he may have more minutes ahead of him anyway, which would be expanding his game a little bit, expanding his role.
Maybe. But, I mean, there's been a lot of shuffling with the Pistons this offseason. They've added a lot of players. And they've lost a couple. You lose Isaiah Stewart for sure, but you're adding Collins. It looks like it'd be a promotion for Paul Reed. Now you've got Taurean Prince in the mix, and you know you're bringing back at this point. You're still bringing back Duncan Robinson, and your buddy the 3-point Javonte Green, and also Isaiah Joe. Yeah, all these guys.
My buddy.
There's a lot of you love Javonte Green. A lot of these players on this team now. And they've definitely improved the shooting. Without question, they've improved the shooting on paper in this offseason.
Gator said no to the home run derby yesterday and watched it. He also previously said no to this. Is he going to watch it? We'll get to that today at 12:50. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to DJ in Detroit. You're next. Hello, DJ.
My dog, what happened with you? You all right?
Hey, DJ.
What's up?
You got it, Doug and Gary. So, man, like, when I tell you I'm so frustrated with the Duren thing, because, guys, I've been around and coaching basketball and playing 30 years, man, and I deal with this a lot, and I watch this a lot. A lot of times, guys, the more athletic the player, the less fundamentally skilled and, like, the lower basketball IQ they had in a lot of cases. When you mix the two of those, supreme athleticism and fundamentals, who do you get, Doug and Gator? Let's see how good you are. Who's the most athletic, fundamental dude to ever play the game? It's Jordan. That's when you get Mike. You understand? Like LeBron.
Well, I didn't get a chance to answer that question, and I'm frankly hurt, DJ.
It's funny because I'm like, the most athletically gifted, fundamentally sound player would probably be the greatest player to ever play by definition, right?
My dog, absolutely. That's Michael Jordan. Like, LeBron is super athletic, but fundamentally, he's not that. Back to Duren. If Duren just worked on his fundamentals, man, I'm talking about just as far as basic drop steps, learning how to use his weight and his size and his girth, he would get the contract that he wants. But he's so fixated on the money instead of working on his game, it drives me nuts.
Well, is that you might be right, but are you sure? Like, just because he wants to get this contract sorted out, because what you're just saying, implying that he's not working out in the offseason, he's not doing what he can to be better because he hasn't signed.
No, let me be clear. I'm not saying that. So here's what I noticed. If you go back and look on years and years and years, I see Andre Drummond, because they're a lot of the same player physically if you look at him, jumping, strength, ability. Andre Drummond all on Instagram working on his game, shooting threes, this, that, and the other. I'm sure Duren's working on his game, fellas. I'm positive. But the thing is he doesn't know how to use what he has. So let's say Duren is out there every day working on shooting threes, dribbling, and jump hooks. Okay, that's cool. But Duren, what about when 6'5" DJ gets on you and pushes you out like it happened in the playoffs? Can you just have a good feel and know that you ain't got to kick this back out? You can quickly drop step, put that elbow in my throat, and lay that thing up and get an N1. See, that comes with what we're working on. I don't know. Well, I don't see that.
I guess. I mean, you haven't seen it yet, maybe, is the way because DJ, I don't know that you're wrong what we've seen so far. It's what's going to happen next. Appreciate the phone call. I have a really good feeling about Trajan Langdon. I mostly trust him so far. And I can't imagine Trajan Langdon and J.B. Bickerstaff and this coaching staff, for that matter, not addressing the shortcomings. In my untrained eye, he wasn't getting angles to the basket where he needed to be to take shots he was comfortable with. He could not get to his spots in the playoffs.
From my untrained eye, I would agree with a lot with what DJ had to say about the fundamentals. I think that it's a work in progress, because when you're that big and that athletic, I feel like you should be able to finish at the rim, and he hasn't been able to. He hasn't been able to hang on to the basketball. It gets knocked out of his hands. Those are things you can work on. And I think there's still a lot of upside with Jalen Duren and his offense. But, Jalen Duren wanted to go check out greener pastures, if there were greener pastures. And, it's not quite the Max Scherzer situation. Mm-hmm. Because it's not like going into a free agent deal and you're saying, well, I'm not going to accept your contract. I'm going to wait to get to free agency. I mean, this whole thing, it seemed like it was a no-brainer that, yeah, he's a Piston. What are we talking about? They'll sign him as a restricted free agent. Not a problem. And they haven't yet, which is kind of strange.
Well, because he wants more money. I mean, he thinks he's worth more than what the Pistons are offering him. And from the Pistons' point of view, I think they would have offered him the $40 million if they were for sure thought that he was going to hit a ceiling. But I think they know, and plus they do have the advantage of Trajan played his cards right. He knew that no one in the league was going to offer him what they weren't willing to pay. So he played his cards right there. But also, these are human beings. He also probably didn't want to play his cards so well that you're going to offend Jalen Duren and make him pissed off. I mean, because they actually do want him back in the team, but they want a happy Jalen Duren. DJ's right. I'm positive. Jalen Duren and every NBA player out there that's worth anything is working on their game at all times. The question is, can you execute it, and can it come to fruition during the games? He's only 22 years old, so he couldn't figure out in real lifetime during the playoffs last year. The question is, with another offseason, another year seasoning, can he work what he's working on? Can he get that into the game now? Because it is, Doug, about angles, and it is about finding the right spots, and it is about facing up and now knowing what to do basketball IQ-wise. You've been taught this, now execute it. Can you do that? I don't know for sure, because just because he's super athletic doesn't mean like DJ even said, the fundamentals aren't just going to come. That's why there's great players, good players, and not so good players.
If you rely too much on your athleticism and don't develop enough game, you're just simply not as effective as you could be. All right, so Gator, I asked it before the break. You were out on the home run derby until it started, then you were in.
I said I didn't expect to really watch it, and I say this every year, and yet every year I end up watching the home run derby, at least parts of it. And last night I tuned in thinking I was tuning in late. I didn't tune in late. I kind of tuned in right on time, and I thoroughly enjoyed the experience of the home run derby way more than I thought I would.
Yeah.
I just didn't expect it. And I wasn't watching every second. It was kind of background noise for a lot of things. I was doing doom scrolling for a little bit and doing some cleaning up around the house, but I had it on, and when it came to the finals, I was locked in. It was a great event.
Will you watch the World Cup semifinals the next 2 days? Because one of my great joys of this World Cup is watching you actually watch and like it.
I don't know.
I wondered how much that changed with our loss.
A lot has changed with the loss, but I still watch some after that. But it's dwindled. My interest has really kind of got knocked out, and Norway lost. I don't really care anymore. Norway was my team. I liked Erling Haaland. I thought that he was a fun guy to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And yet I didn't even watch that game. I totally forgot it was on. Didn't pay attention to it until it was well after. So now you got France and Spain going at it tonight. A lot of people think
today
3 o'clock. Today at 3 o'clock, which a lot of people think this is like what should be a final matchup. These are maybe the two best teams in the tournament. Well, I don't anticipate that I'm going to be watching it.
Okay. It's funny. I don't know if you're with Greggy from the morning show, who's just wicked smart.
Mm-hmm.
He said this Final Four of England, Argentina, France, and Spain is like Duke, North Carolina, Kansas, Kentucky. It's like the blue bloods of international soccer. That's what we have here for a Final Four.
Okay.
Now, maybe soccer guy would tell us that one of those countries doesn't belong
probably
there.
Accurate. I mean, given that Argentina is the defending champion, right?
Yeah.
You've got star power with Mbappe and Kane with their respective teams, with France and England, and Spain is supposed to be one of these teams, right?
Yep. So look, I'm planning on watching. A little bit gassed from the trip. I can see a post-show nap in my future, but
if you're going to take a post-show nap, then you could leave the TV on.
Wow, are you saying the soccer will put me to sleep?
I'm saying if you're tired, you're tired anyway. But you might as well put the game
on. Put the game on and lay down and see what happens.
Fall asleep.
Yeah, we were supposed to be home a lot earlier last night, but things did not play out the way that they should have.
No, not so much.
No, we had some travel issues, some snafus. But
I'd like to hear about the snafu.
248-539-9797. Yeah, best laid plans, man. Didn't work out at all. We'll get to that next hour. As well as anything on your mind, fair game. We've had a bunch of stuff on the table on this Carson Anderson on a Tuesday on 97.1. So the All-Star game is indeed tonight.
Yep.
Out of our guys, our Detroit moments, you always kind of hope you have some Detroit moments, some Detroit love, something happen. What are you most looking forward to?
For me, it's the reception that Kevin McGonigal gets because he's a hometown guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see the introductions of the players to see that. You know, I imagine they're going to boo every American League player and probably every National League player that's not Philadelphia Philly.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to McGonigal, I bet you he gets a real nice ovation, and I'm expecting that. So I'm looking forward to that the most, I think. Riley Green's going to start because of injuries to Aaron Judge and Byron Buxton. Wait a minute. Byron Buxton's hurt? So, which is too bad because I love Byron Buxton. But he gets to start, which is awesome. But he's hitting 8th. And you know how these things go. You know, hopefully he gets an at bat. I hope they keep him in for, if the pitcher's doing their job, then you're going to need him to, maybe 3rd inning, get his first at bat.
Yep.
I hope he gets an at bat. I'm not sure he will because they change players out pretty quickly in the All-Star game, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But without the 2 starters, maybe it makes sense that he stays in a little longer.
So what's crazy is we are sitting here in a real world scenario at the All-Star game where something that is true would have been scoffed at prior to the season. And something that is true would have been really scoffed at a year ago. Expect Kevin McGonigal to be in the All-Star game. Right? That this is the real world. This actually happened. When's the last time the Tigers developed a position player like this that had a career arc that started with this rapid rise?
Riley Green's his 3rd All-Star appearance in a row.
Yep.
But you have to go back. Riley Green as a rookie did not make the All-Star team.
Nope.
You go back to Mark Fidrich.
A position player, I said.
Well, that's right. Position player. Well, as a rookie, you'd have to.
As far, like personality-wise, McGonigal's just steady Eddie. Like the Fidrich became a phenom, even though, like I said, position player, but in part because of his personality and he was quirky. Is there anything quirky at all about McGonigal, or is he literally like the exact opposite of Mark Fidrich?
And it's funny because I was starting to think like early when we brought up McGonigal's name and thinking about players that get added to this team. If Max Anderson and Max Clark, maybe we see them at some point this season, in late August, early September. Maybe these guys get called up at some point. And I was just thinking about the contrast of Max Clark to Kevin McGonigal. McGonigal is just, hey, put in the work, get it done. And, I'm sure he's probably a great guy to hang out with, but it doesn't look like he's, this, charisma personified.
No eyewash whatsoever.
No, but he's exactly what you want. He's a lot like, there's a lot of Colt Keith to him, and it just, guys get to just go out there and play and love that. And same thing with Riley Green. A lot of these guys are like that. But if Max Clark gets brought up, you're going to see something completely different, which could be really, really cool and an interesting change of pace. And to see, I'm dying to see what it looks like with Max Clark in that dugout and in that clubhouse to see it loosen everybody up.
The other thing about McGonigal that is, imagine a 21-year-old version of yourself being in the All-Star game. You're walking around amongst like your baseball heroes. It just must be the most unbelievable pinch me moment that you could ever imagine. And the fact that the All-Star game is back in your hometown.
It's amazing.
This is not believable. This is not believable. This is a rejected script.
Make the jump straight from AA to the majors.
Yep.
You were able to do that by how you prepared and what you did in spring training, and they said, we can't ignore it. We're gonna let them go, and it's worked out brilliantly to this point. It looks like he is making adjustments to everybody else's adjustment to him. You don't see too many elongated slumps of any kind with him.
No.
This isn't a guy who's hitting 400 or anything, but I mean, he's hitting awfully well. He's getting on base at a ridiculous clip. He's got this incredible eye at the plate. He's starting to show off a little bit of power, and it's been a real nice rookie season for him that he gets rewarded for being as good as he's been with an all-star appearance. And yeah, to do it in Philadelphia, he grew up in suburban Philadelphia. It's awesome. It's absolutely incredible to watch this happen with one of our guys. We're really proud to see this happen with one of our guys. And to answer your question, maybe Travis Fryman was somebody that had a lot of early success.
I mean, that's a hell of an effort, Scott, because I don't know who else to go with that has had a career arc like this. And that whole thing last week that he has taken more pitches out of the strike zone at a greater percentage than any other baseball player. He's right now got the best eye in the game. And it feels like he's hitting 283 by way of getting 2.83 hits out of every 10 at bats. That there's just a consistency about his game that it isn't filled with wild streaks and it isn't filled with slumps. He just shows up and gets 2.83 hits out of every 10 at bats. And that's Kevin McGonigal.
Fryman was an all-star 3 straight seasons, but it started when he was 23 in his 3rd season with the Tigers. Mm-hmm. He had already played over 200 games going into that season where he was an all-star. I mean, this is kind of unprecedented of what he's done. Riley Green, by way of comparison, and keep in mind, Riley Green's only 25 years old.
Right.
Also made the all-star team in his 3rd year at the age of 23 and had played, 192 games prior to his all-star season. So it's pretty impressive what he's doing.
Well, I'll take it for what it's worth and be thrilled. And yeah, watching Kevin McGonigal tonight is going to be awesome. What about JV? Do you think JV is going to be on a headset at some point? Do you think they're going to give him the stage?
They did yesterday. He got a chance to talk yesterday before the Derby and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine that absolutely they're going to talk to Justin Verlander. I mean, you don't have him in this position, as a legend addition to the All-Star team unless you're going to use him as an ambassador. And everybody knows he's not pitching. So if he's not pitching and he's named, you still got to talk to him. And he made his decision. He's going to retire at the end of the season. He still wants to pitch this year if he can get healthy enough to do so or feel good enough to do so. I'd love to hear him talk about it. Hey, where is he at right now? When does he think he can get there? But yeah, they should put him on a headset. Be dumb if they didn't. Be counterproductive. Why would you name him as a legendary addition to the team if you're not going to at least promote him?
Mm-hmm. So, the more typical rise of a good player in Major League Baseball is what Dylan Dingler has done. Is just you get a little better, you grow up, or you get bigger, you get stronger. Next thing you know, you're the one going against younger players, and you start to take advantage of it. And Dingler's career arc has been fun, but.
Yeah, I mean, for him, this is his 3rd season in the league, and now he's an all-star in his 3rd season in the league, and played in 150-something games prior to this season, but he's put it together this year. Look, last year was a good year for Dylan Dingler. He hit 278, the 752 OPS, and this year he's already got career highs in home runs and RBIs. He's tied his career high in walks, and yet he's done it in 40 fewer games than what he did last year. So he's just going to add to these totals. It's great. He's 2 away from a career high in doubles. He's tied his career high in triples. He's off to a hell of a start, and it looks like this is our guy for a while now. And, Eduardo Valencia being the 3rd catcher on the roster that the Tigers have, I hope he sticks up with it. I hope he stays with his club for a while, because if nothing else, Valencia can be that guy that a right-handed hitting specialist off the bench.
Some rankings are out. Detroit well represented. We will get to that today at 1:15 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Builder's First Source has you covered. They've got 4 Metro Detroit locations, and they specialize in top-quality composite decking. It's brands that you trust like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you just need a certified installer, their expert team is going to help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. As we sit down, interesting story actually just posted on CBS Sports by a baseball writer named, hold on for a second. Story, computer froze. Dane Perry. And I guess he's citing the New York Post that teams have emerged in the Scooble sweepstakes. Mm-hmm. Do you care to venture a guess, or have you seen this?
Well, if the John Heyman report we mentioned earlier, the Cubs, the Braves, and the Rays would be 3 teams.
But did you see this part? On the other side of things, the Yankees and Dodgers are not expected to be strong bidders for Skubal.
Right. I don't expect the Yankees necessarily because they have a good pitching staff. But I just feel like the Dodgers are going to be that team that wants to, keep their ear open and hear what's going on. Milwaukee wants him. Oh, hang on. And then do they step up and try to trump it? I think if you're Scott Harris, you're always going to keep that pipeline open to the Dodgers because they have maybe the best prospects to offer. But yeah, if you're the Dodgers, you don't necessarily have to. You've got this all-star team to begin with. Do you need to add Skubal to the mix? You can add him next year. I mean, we'll see where it goes, but it seems like there's going to be several teams interested, but I'm afraid the Tigers are uninterested in moving Skubal.
Well, I don't love this because I feel like when the Yankees and Dodgers get involved, one of 2 things happen. One, the Dodgers have the wealth of riches in the organization. 2 is the other one will want to play defense. Like the Yankees don't want the Dodgers to get him, and the Dodgers don't want the Yankees to get him. And so I would imagine that one of those would be, okay, wait a sec. If he's going to the other one, I'm not sure I'm down for that. All right, I mentioned before the break, Gator, so let me follow through on this. ESPN is putting out their positional rankings day by day that is put together by a host of scouts, GMs, and coaches.
It's for the NFL?
For the National Football League, yes.
Okay.
So they ask voters for their top 10 players at a position, then they combine the results and ranking and go with the averages to come up with the players at each position that are the best. So you've got, this is typical behind the scenes, who are we talking to kind of deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
More than 70 voters submitted a ballot, league executives, coaches, and scouts. The last 2 days, quarterbacks and linebackers have come out. You have not seen these, correct?
I saw the quarterback one.
Okay. Well, we can still do this. This show has, friend of the show is in the quarterback rankings, Jared Goff.
Mm-hmm.
And a player that I favor.
Oh, do you?
Mm-hmm. Has got some linebacker mention.
Jack Campbell's got some mention?
Yeah. Who do you think ranks higher?
Jack Campbell. And I would guess because I don't know who the linebackers are. Are they?
These are off the ball linebackers. These are not.
So Jack Campbell's probably number 1, or number 2, I imagine. I know Goff is number 9. So you're talking off ball linebackers. I mean, Jack Campbell's one of the best in the league.
Campbell checks in at number 5.
5.
Yeah.
What a disservice! What a slap in the face! Not just to Jack Campbell, but to you, Doug Karsh.
He's behind Fred Warner, Roquan Smith, Carson Schweizinger, and Zach Baun. His highest ranking is number 1 from some astute NFL person. His lowest ranking is unranked from some moron.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a quote from an AFC assistant coach. Excellent football IQ, tough, physical, plays downhill, instinctive, aware, leader, throwback football player. Dude, this is every reason why I loved him.
Here we go. Yeah.
That is the perfect description of Jack Campbell. Perfect description of Jack Campbell.
He is a throwback.
Yep. The Goff stuff, did you read or see any of the Goff stuff?
I didn't. All I know is the ranking. That he was 9th.
Are you surprised that he's in the top 10?
No.
You're not.
Not at all.
I'm not, from a standpoint of I think he belongs there.
I mean, you look at him.
I sometimes feel like Goff gets consistently undervalued in these types of lists.
If you look at him statistically, it's hard to ignore that he's near the top all the time when it comes to in the last few years where he ranks in touchdown passes, yards thrown, completion percentage. I mean, this guy's right at the top. I think the turnover ratio he's up there as well. So statistically, he should be absolutely there. knowing what he means to this team, he's so cerebral as a quarterback that, I mean, that's off the charts for him. Jared Goff's mind is maybe the best mind in football among all the quarterbacks. You know, the knock on Jared Goff is he's relatively immobile. You know, he's mobile enough for this offense, but no, he's not going to take off and run 25 yards down the field. He's not going to sprint for that, you know, that first down. That's not his forte, and it's not in his repertoire, and that's okay. He does everything else extraordinarily well. Kang, are you surprised Jared Goff made the top 10?
Yes and no, and I know why you're asking the question. It's obvious, you know. People always he's not a spectacular highlight reel type of player, and I think people always forget, if you're not making, you know, highlight plays, are you that good? And he is really that good. It's just very, I guess, pedestrian looking. He doesn't have a cannon arm, right? He can't run.
He really works well within an offense.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that for some reason is a negative, a check minus right, exactly. for a lot of people that do these lists and votes. But he's definitely a top 10 quarterback in the league. To be honest with you, some guys above him, I'm a little surprised. I mean, for one guy, I think Gator's going to agree with this because I don't think he's ever liked this guy. It's Justin Herbert.
What?
Justin Herbert has all the physical tools to be a legit primetime, one of the best quarterbacks in the league. But what has he really done?
Well,
and he's consistently ranked above Jared Goff in many lists all the time.
It's between the ears. This is why, I mean, Jared Goff is elite when it comes to his understanding of the game and being able to process it. And
he's accurate, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Everything you said about Justin Herbert is true. There's no question he's got a ton of talent, but it just hasn't, the game doesn't slow down enough for him where he makes a difference. In the playoffs anyway, or getting his team where they need to be. It's got to be frustrating for the Chargers, but I think they've got the right coach working with him. And Jim Harbaugh there's no question he knows how to coach football, and that's all he's being asked to do here. And he's a quarterback guru, if you will. We'll see if he can groom Herbert to being the quarterback that everybody thought that he could be.
Here's the quote from an NFL coordinator on Jared Goff. The guy wins. He's going to find a completion if not under pressure. Mature pocket passer with a plus arm who can layer the ball at all levels. He can layer the ball. Like that. Is that the new spin it? You can really spin it.
Oh, I hate that too.
I know you do, but that got so hot for a while, right? Layering the ball is one I haven't heard, but perhaps we need to start weaving that into our football description of Jared Goff. Anyway, yeah, I mean, he might be the best working well within an offense guy in the National Football League. But yes, Goff comes in at number 9, and our guy Jack Campbell checks in at number 5, which feels like a disservice. I don't know if you talked about it last week, but Penei Sewell coming in at number 1 at tackle.
Did not. Yep. Does not surprise me at all.
Scouting report, he's the most complete player at this stage, physical, powerful, smart. Veteran NFL defensive coach said of Sewell. An executive said he has the most FU attitude plays in the league. Always brings the juice. Another NFL coordinator, he's got short arms and he doesn't win a lot in pass protection against real guys, just like everyone else, but they pretend like he doesn't struggle.
I think there were moments last year that were kind of surprising and they were few and far between, because you expect perfection out of Penei Sewell, but there were times like, whoa, he just got beat. What happened there? But then he gets right back on the horse and, you know, is the dominant offensive lineman that he is. Moving back to the left side, which is where he played in college, which is where he had to play a little bit the first couple of years of his professional career because of some injuries to Taylor Decker. At time he went over to the left side. I think we're really going to see how good Penei Sewell is, because left side you're going against the best pass rushers in the league, and let's see him step up that game.
Okay, tomorrow wide receivers gets released, and the question I have is, do both Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson Williams make the top 10?
I don't think both get in. I think St. Brown clearly does, and the question is, for me, is how high is St. Brown? I think he's top 5.
J-Mo was top 10 in yards. Interesting in terms of just straight statistics a year ago. He was top 40. He was number 39 in number of catches. But in some ways, that speaks to that he is a big play guy.
He was top 10 in yards?
Yeah.
It's crazy because I think 2 years in a row he's put up basically the same statistics each year with just over 1,000 yards received.
Finished tied for ninth with Nico Collins, 1,117 yards. But yeah, Amon-Ra probably will be top 5. It'll be. I'm intrigued if J-Mo makes the top 10. Probably won't.
Do you think Amon-Ra will make top 3?
Yeah.
Oh, saucy.
Well, you said it. You suggested it.
I'm asking you. Kane, do you think he makes top 3?
No, I don't think he does.
I think he's so well respected.
He makes top 5?
And he might be a 5.
I think
so. I'll say yes because if the over under is 5.5, I'll say 5.
Second in touchdown receptions. Second in targets. Fifth in receiving receptions.
And we would say last year was not his best year.
No.
Right?
Yep.
There's questions about his hand all year. Hey, was his hand hurt? We saw some drops we didn't normally see.
Yeah, that was weird. Like,
yep.
You never see him. You felt like you never saw him drop a ball, but
then last year. All right. Travel nightmare coming back from Nova Scotia yesterday. I'm trying to figure out if this is my fault. Gator, and I know you love it when it's my fault.
What?
We'll get to that coming up today at 1:35. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Summer is here, and so are the July specials at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Whether you're planning road trips, hauling the boat, or you're just ready for a new ride, now's the perfect time to upgrade. Here's what we're talking about. You can get behind the wheel of a new 2026 Chevy Silverado, and you can lease it for just $134 a month for 24 months. If you want to buy, that's cool. If that's a better fit for you, qualified buyers can take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months. If you need something a little smaller for summer adventures or everyday driving, how about this? Do you check out the 2026 Chevy Equinox? Lease one for just $234 a month. That's for 36 months. Or qualified buyers can get, again, 0% financing, but this time for 36 months. Visit Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at the corner of Telegraph and 696. It's just south of 12 Mile Road, and they're open on Saturdays, which is great. It makes it easy to stop in whenever your summer schedule allows. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, helping you get where you need to go. Together, let's drive. Are you going to watch the All-Star game tonight?
Yep. Planning on it. See the Detroit Love. See McGonigal announce his presence with authority. I don't know. Will or won't. But I think it's always kind of cool. We have the guy now that maybe, just maybe, the rest of Major League Baseball's fan bases are a little jealous of. Oh, look at this rookie. Whenever you see a rookie in the All-Star game, you're like, how badass is that?
Yep.
Now it's our guy.
It's our guy. There's others. Murkawi, I think, Murkawi is also a
feedback
All-Star.
coming in. Kind of pumped that Riley got moved to a starting position today. Not going to lie. He is impressive. That's his third. Can Max Clark be the next PCA from Dallas and Royal Oak? Pete Crow Armstrong, could he be like that? I mean, if everything works. The one thing that kind of sucks about Max Clark, and I'm not about him personally, but McGonigal set the bar so incredibly high that Max Clark is going to show up here and really basically be an immediate all-star caliber impact player. People are going to, we know how,
unfair, no.
we know how this changes expectations.
Yeah. I'm encouraged that maybe Max Clark can make a debut this year.
Mm-hmm.
But it's clear he's got more work to do. He does have a good eye at the plate. He's got great speed. He's supposed to be a really good defensive center fielder. He's had some stretches where he's shown power, but he's got a ways to go. I mean, he's getting his opportunity at the AAA level, which is something McGonigal never got to. So we'll see where it ends up. But I think there's reason that he's still very valued throughout baseball. I think he's the number 11 prospect in all of baseball. Now, has he slipped a little bit in the previous rankings? Yeah, just a little bit, but that's okay. Mm-hmm. Still very, very highly valued. And I imagine he's on this roster, the everyday roster, next year as the everyday center fielder for this team. I don't know what Parker Meadows' situation is going to be, but maybe we're going to see a real battle in spring training for center field between Parker Meadows and Max Clark.
Okay, so yesterday we had to come back from Halifax. We got up yesterday morning and packed up and drove from Antigonish to Halifax, boarded the plane, and flew to Montreal. It was one of the strangest airport experiences we've ever had, in that you departed the plane, you had to show your boarding pass to get off the plane. They asked you where you were going next. Then they had you stand over here, over there, and then so I was with other people flying to United States destinations, and there were people flying to myself and my family. There were people flying to other destinations of Canada, and then there were people who were just getting off at Montreal, and they had us all kind of in different groups. And then they put us all together and put us on a bus. And because we were pulled up to a gate, we took the bus around, and then we had to look for gate 83, and the gates in Montreal went from 1 to 79. So we kept asking people, do you know where gate 83 is? And they'd say, point this way, point. And then we walk, and there was still no signs for 83. Then we'd walk even further, and we said, anyone know where gate 83 is? And they, yep, go that way. Until finally somebody said, yes, if you're flying to the United States, you have to go through customs here. So just follow the American flags. And there was like a purple sign with American flags. So we walked through this maze of an airport and figured that out. However, our flight was late. Got through customs and all that. Our flight was late significantly. Earlier in the trip, I had Google searched, and you got to be careful of this. Google searched the term Metro car to pick up 6 of us.
Mm-hmm.
So get a big SUV for 6 of us. When that pops up, it is not always the Metro car that you have heard of.
Okay.
Yep. But I started to fill out the form, and I realized, oh, is this actually Metro car? Well, Detroit, it seems credible. So I booked this car, and it was an SUV. The Metro cars can be expensive. This one was expensive. And you put in your flight information so they know when you're arriving, right? Mm-hmm. So our flight from Montreal to Detroit was, 35, 40 minutes late. We land, and I go to the confirmation email I got and emailed back and said, hey, we just landed, taxiing to the gate, because we had no Wi-Fi on the plane. I couldn't do it on the plane. And we get to the gate. You get off the plane. It takes a while to get off the plane. And there was supposed to be a driver waiting for us at baggage claim. Couldn't find anybody. I went and found the email, and the email said, you have a half-hour grace period. And I'm like, half-hour grace period? Well, our flight was 35, 40 minutes late, whatever it was. So I emailed again saying, hey, we're at the baggage area, no sign of the driver. Our flight was delayed, which is why you give them the flight information. Wouldn't you imagine?
Yes.
If they have your flight information. But it said, if you have any questions, call. I went through the email and found no phone number.
That's fun.
Yep. So after, I had the family picking up bags. I'm walking all over looking for a driver. And, it's like 11:30 at night. I got my parents who are in their 80s. We've had a 12-hour travel day. I'm like, so I ordered up an Uber, and God bless the driver for squeezing us all in. It was a tight fit, and for my family for being good sports here. But maybe I got burned because I had some knockoff company, but wouldn't you think, and I don't even know, they look legitimate, but wouldn't you think, it's probably me and it's probably the company, which I may out on the air here. Maybe I shouldn't do that. I don't know. If you give them the flight information, they have every ability to access that your flight's delayed.
You would expect that that's like what they do before the car leaves the stable, that they're checking on the flight info. Yeah, I would expect that. So, janky service, burned by Google search results. I don't know, but I ended up wrapping up the night by saying, please refund my credit card immediately. And I doubt that's going to happen, and I'm going to have to find their phone number and call and complain. But my guess is in the fine print on this janky knockoff Temu limo service is going to be something that basically says if your flight is late. And I will tell you, it looks like it's private transportation, and they've got links to all different airports that they serve. But, just, I guess, be careful, because I'm going to guess we're out the money. So what did you end up doing?
We got the Uber. We got an Uber.
Just and Uber? A couple Uber cars?
Well, we found one. We found one, but let's just say that there were people riding with bags in their laps.
Okay.
Because, there were... Kang, you can't stop laughing back there.
No, man, I feel your pain. I just came from the airport myself, and I have a family, too. And there's different kinds of frustrations in life. Mm-hmm. Airport frustrations... one specific one. And we had an issue too with renting a car and it breaking down, calling an Uber that didn't have enough seats because the thing about traveling is, you're right, Doug. It's one thing, Gator, to have enough seats for people. It's the luggage too, man. Exactly. Where am I going to put the luggage? So it sucks, man.
Well, we got in way later than expected, and I'm cranky today.
I get it, man.
But Mom and Dad were troopers. We're rolling home at after midnight, and they're, like I said, in their 80s and is powered through.
And Kang's right. The airport is just stocked with things that go wrong.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like the flight is the last of your troubles, right? And yet it's the one everybody focuses on, but it's everything else. It's like, wait a minute, did I get to the airport in time? Am I able to find a parking spot if I'm going in the garage? Should I have simply parked at one of the other lots? When you get in there, is there a massive line for me to get in?
When you get in there, is do I do the kiosk? Do I see an agent? Do I do the agent, then the kiosk? No, you got to print up your own luggage.
What am I supposed to do? But I've got it on my phone.
Yeah, but you got to go here.
Do I have to check any bags? Wait a minute. Is my carry-on bag it's the same thing I've used my whole life for carry-on. It works, right? And
shoes stay on now, right? Shoes stay on?
Okay. Shoes on or off?
Okay, shoes were on in Halifax, then they were off in Montreal.
Really?
Yeah.
How are they in Detroit?
Oh, shoes on.
It was shoes on in Detroit.
Yeah.
But
the Canada depends on what.
Oh, let me tell you something.
Province you're in?
There was a member of my family.
Canada wants the funk.
So a member of my family had no socks. Not happy. Not happy at all.
Were they wearing Crocs?
No, just sandals. But anyway, it's probably on me. It's probably the company. Just be careful when you search up if you think you're getting. And I just thought MetroCar.
So shoes are good in at Metro, right?
Yeah, in the U.S., shoes are good. I don't know about Canada.
I don't have to take them off anymore.
No, right. You're good, man.
All right.
Weren't you listening? They're good in Halifax. They're bad in Montreal.
God. What about Vancouver?
We haven't been to Vancouver Airport. Sorry.
What about the Maritimes?
Nova Scotia is the Maritimes.
No, they're good.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down, and after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC. And that's when you call the pros at M&M Garage Door, located right here in Michigan since 2011. They're offering a complete care tune-up for just $59. A simple tune-up will help extend the life of your garage. Catch a small problem before it becomes an expensive one. Their experienced technicians arrive ready to work and stand behind every single job. I know that. They stood behind a job they did with us when we had user error. We had some user error. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit garagedoorrightnow.com. That's garagedoorrightnow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license 210-220-6147. The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1. You think we fixed some things during the break?
I think so. I'm ready to play.
Working on our golf swings during the break, and the cameras stayed on, and now we're getting mocked. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Pat. You're on 97.1. Hello, Pat.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator King.
What's up?
Hope everyone's well. Hey, I just want to put a plug in for the business I work for, All-Star Chauffeured Services.
Okay.
We have a vehicle.
Let me ask you a question about All-Star Chauffeured Services.
Uh-oh.
Yes, sir.
If my flight's delayed, do you know it's delayed?
Absolutely. And when you sign up through us, you get an email with your driver's personal phone number and a picture of your chauffeur.
Yeah.
So you'll recognize the face, and we absolutely wait for you. We would never leave you hanging.
Gotta be careful.
Careful, why?
Endorsing.
Yeah, that's true. I probably shouldn't do that. Well, Pat, so what did I get? I just got some janky knockoff limo service?
You got a Metro. And,
no, it wasn't MetroCar. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. It was not MetroCar. That's who I was looking for. But yeah, I'm not. Gotta be careful.
You just gave my man an open opportunity to talk the competition.
No, that's really bad, dude. Like I even said it wasn't MetroCar. I said I was looking for MetroCar. There's a reason why I was looking for them.
The guy, he was pimping his own thing, which was All-Star.
Yeah.
He sounds like he's talking trash, but whatever you use was more like Summer League.
No.
You got bamboozled, man.
There was no flamethrower.
No, this was fake, Temu, like you said. Not real.
It totally was.
Anybody got anything from Temu that was good?
This is no, of course not.
Anybody?
No, you know what you're getting when you order Temu.
Yeah, you're getting crap.
Yeah, it's cheap.
So, but the thing about this is, what I'm about to say is going to go, well, of course. I'm like, the most legitimate looking website ever. And I'm like, I was in Canada. Truth is, I was probably overserved when I booked it. Let's go to Steve in Roseville. You're next. Hi, Steve.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
I have a travel horror story for you. Check this one out. I was sent out to go do a job in New York City on Manhattan. And pull into LaGuardia. I catch the shuttle bus, whatever. Get to my hotel at about 10 o'clock. I go to check in. And the company that sent me sent hundreds of people out that day. So guess what? There was no more room on the credit card.
Oh, no. So they had you on a company card and it maxed out before you got your room?
No, they paid for all the rooms on a company card back at corporate, right? And so here I am. It's 10:30 at night. I'm on the border of Greenwich Village in Manhattan with a suitcase at a whiskey bar. So the company's got me another room. I took the cab over. Next day at work, I get a call. Hey, when you get back, you got to pack your stuff and move to another room. Okay. So next day, right, the day after that, get a call at work. When you get back, you got to pack your stuff. I moved 5 times.
Wow.
The entire time I was in New York, and I ended up in Brooklyn at the last day.
Well, that's a pain in the butt. It's definitely a pain in the butt. Bob in Shelby Township, you're next. Hi, Bob.
Yeah. What you need to do is once they hit your credit card, okay, what you need to do is dispute the transaction.
Yeah.
Once you dispute the transaction, they'll credit you the money back. Then they'll probably come back and ask you, did you contact the company? Have you contacted the company?
I've sent them an email, but I haven't heard anything back. I've sent them a number of emails.
Right. So what you do is you tell the credit card company, I've sent them numbers of emails. They have not replied to my emails. I do not want this charge. They will credit your card back for the charge. Then they'll go to the company to try to verify it. And if this really is a scam, and even if it isn't a scam, if they didn't fulfill what you expected, the credit card company will credit your account back. So I encourage you, Doug, really to do that. I've done that several times, and they've credited my card back.
Bob, I'm going to, and I'm absolutely going to, but this goes into the category of crap Doug doesn't want to have to deal with. So now I got to get on the phone. I got to do all this work.
But you got a way to rectify it.
I do, and I appreciate it, Bob. And this is one of those deals. In retrospect, you go, why didn't I just take my own car and park in the parking lot for $45 a day?
There it is.
Because that would have been probably turn out the same price if I don't get my money back. Oh, whatever. I guess these are first world problems, right?
These are definitely first world problems.
Doug, speaking of first world problems, I know you're a big World Cup guy and you're trying to get Gator to watch more. Even
Yeah,
though
and
US
he
is out.
has. Like, I've been as
No,
proud
but
of
like
him.
continue watching. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm trying.
So I'm watching some pregame live coverage right now.
Yeah.
First world problems. What do you think when you look at Landon Donovan's head?
Oh, Landon Donovan's head?
Yeah, Landon Donovan's head.
I think he had some sort of epic hair transplant.
Yeah, does it inspire you at all?
Not even close.
Not a little bit.
You know what's funny about it?
It looks good, man.
I humbly say I think I can work the bald look.
No, you look fine. You look fine. I'm just saying.
It works.
Yeah,
No, it's
you're
good.
fine, man.
I think you look great.
So well, thank you. I appreciate that, Scott. I think it works for me, and most importantly, my wife thinks it works for me.
Here's over the weekend, I saw a picture of you in the hair days.
Me too. I don't know why it's algorithm or what.
And it was I think it was taken in Vegas on perhaps your trip with the boys and the ladies to go see Celine Dion, because it was one of your friends. I think it was Ted Schumer's birthday recently.
Yes.
So I saw a picture of you guys together.
Yeah.
And you and the wife and everybody else in that group with Larry and his wife and you had hair.
Yep.
I think it's better now.
Okay.
I think it's a better look what you've got going.
What's funny is,
Well, did he have a full head of hair, or did he just have remnants?
No, there was no rem. I mean, was it moving backwards? Sure, it was moving backwards, but
it was no longer in the ready position.
It wasn't in
in retreat mode.
It was not in full retreat though. This wasn't like retreat. This is like the early stages. Okay, so it's there, and it's like, yeah.
there was a time there, and you don't, because it happens over the course of time, you don't notice, and all of a sudden you're like got defensive replacements up there, like you're changing everything around just to play a little
The
defense.
shift is on.
Yeah,
It's like-
you got the shift. There's all kinds of,
Because the picture I saw, Gator, was Doug. It was in the radio studio, and it was in retreat mode. And you had you had more hair in the back, obviously. And,
Yeah.
And I was like, why is this pulling up on my algorithm? And then that's funny that you saw him with the full head of hair.
Yeah.
Then I see Donovan on TV with the transplant.
it's hilarious you say that, because some people act like, no, really, we can take care of it. I'm like, I don't want it taken care
you're
of.
good. You're fine.
No, seriously, it's really, and I'm like, okay, no, I'm good. If I wasn't good, I'd admit it.
Right.
There might be various opinions. I'm not saying everybody's got to like it, but the important people do.
That's what
I
matters.
think.
She'd tell you otherwise.
I think she would. If she's, go ahead and
I mean, I'm sure your
investigate
boys
it
are
a little.
walking around going, "Oh crap! Oh crap! Is this happening? Is this happening?"
Yeah, they're not thrilled about the future. And I'm like, you know what I say? Just shave it now, and get used to it.
They're just getting used to having this dead squirrel on top
Yeah,
of
the
their
bird's
head.
nest. Yeah, they're really maximizing that look. Rico Beard's in studio. You knew me back in the hair
I
days.
was about to say, Douglas, you rocked the fro. You had some hair.
I wouldn't call it. It wasn't like a stony fro.
Wasn't
but
like
yeah.
a stony fro, but Doug had the hair going on.
Yeah, there was a time, but no, I'm good.
Out there in his b-boy gear. Yeah.
That may or
chilling.
may not be true. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to talk about, I guess, 3 athletes you're getting tired about. I think you guys all know which 3. Plus the All-Star, the Home Run Derby.
Mm-hmm.
Actually turned out to be not that bad.
Okay, that's interesting. I saw 0 of it because I was stuck on a plane, but
I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I think it's great. I mean, it's an event that you can take or leave.
And then we'll also see if Michigan shoots themselves in the foot today.
Have a great day. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel had an hour-long interview with Sam Webb this morning saying, quote, "I think I've been fired by social media 3 times," end quote. He said a statement to Yahoo Sports yesterday of, quote, "There are no plans for me not to continue to be the athletic director for the near future," end quote, was a reaction to calm things down. Manuel also said he's not seen the Jenner and Block investigation at this point. The MLB All-Star Game is tonight. The Tigers have 3 representatives that will play in the game. That's Riley Green. He'll bat 8th and play left field today. Kevin McGonigal, Dylan Dingler will come off the bench. Justin Verlander joining Bryce Harper as a Legends pick today. Verlander is supposed to be honored at some point throughout the ceremonies here today. Harper, of course, with the hometown Phillies at this point, competed in the All-Star or the Home Run Derby last night. Toronto Blue Jay Dylan Cease will start on the mound versus Christopher Sanchez. First pitch at 8 o'clock. You can hear it, or you can watch it, I beg your pardon, on Fox as well. Commissioner Rob Manfred spoke earlier today and said, quote, "I think I have an ownership group that is more united than any group in my entire time of baseball. They're a group that believes in what I'm arguing for," end quote, as well. Then in response to all the lockout questions at this point as well. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk.
Goddamn time you wrap this up.
Wow. What else you got for me? At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Come on.
For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in on a Tuesday. Respect, man. If you're working outside, I got nothing for you, man. You that is the highest form of badass there is. Was it 105 out? I mean, I remember in college I had some outdoor jobs, different things. You bust your ass. I can't imagine being up on a roof today.
Bruh.
I can't imagine that one.
Just respect, man. Like days like today, if I'm home and even if I just see like the mailman come through, like, hey, you need some water. What do you need?
Always.
Be that person, okay? Help these people out. You see them struggling, just go, seriously, or just buy a case of water, man. Just drop it off to some people you see working outside.
Isn't it? Dude, I'll tell you one thing. I take winter over this.
No.
No?
No.
The cold over 105 and humid?
I will take this.
Okay.
All the time. You know why?
But see, that's the Louisiana in you. You've got that.
Well, look, man, hanging out with my family. Yeah.
Oh, you do have family in Louisiana. You've been there a bunch. I'm telling you, you're built different when you're down there.
You could always find a swimming hole. You can find a pool, you can find a lake, you can find something, okay? When it's cold out, you know what that means? You have to start your car. That means you got to, basically, you have to embrace for when the hawk hits you and slaps you in the face the second you walk out the door.
Okay, that's fair.
You got to worry about slipping and falling on the ice.
Fair.
You got to worry about just the roads and snow and salt and everything all in your clothes.
All right, if you're going to factor in the commute, I'm gonna come over to your side. Now, I didn't put in the commute as a part of this equation. That's fair.
This one, if you know what, go to the lake, go to some water, or just go to some air conditioning. Go watch a movie.
You got any hot space takes or something? You got anything for me on global warming or anything? It's like, is this the end of days or what are we?
Bro, no.
Okay, just making sure.
You're not ready for that yet.
Noted. You sure? Do you want to sell me that Earth is somehow going to collide with the sun? What do you want to offer me?
No, but if it did, we'd have about, 11 minutes before you figured that out.
You know who'd survive?
Who?
Ward.
He would.
No, I'm kidding.
Actually, he would.
I'm not interested.
He would be sitting there saying, I told you. He would be Thanos cooking soup on the planet. That'll be Ward.
We will see. Jeez. Look, we could start out. I heard the morning show talk about this a little bit. I'm open. I know this isn't like the best way to start a show to say I didn't watch something. I had no interest in the home run derby. And then you get people saying it was the greatest home run derby ever. But the problem is, I think last night is case in point. It was on Netflix. Mm-hmm. If home run derby was on basic and I'm flipping channels, maybe it gets me. But in order for me to drop everything, including the ability to flip channels, log in, stream, and be a captive to the home run derby, I didn't do it. Plain and simple. If that means I'm not good at my job, you can lob that at the ticket text.
No. You're great at your job because here's the thing. The temptation was when you pull up Netflix and you're like, I'm going to go watch this. And all of a sudden you see this new show and you're like, oh, let me watch the preview of this show. I may want to come back and finish watching it. And then you're like, oh, that's pretty good. Maybe if I just do an episode.
Did you watch?
I didn't catch the beginning. Big G reminded me that it was, he was like, did you see the beginning of the show?
Well, he texted me. He was complaining about the format and the boxing ring. And he's like, this is not baseball. I go, Dad, you can turn this off.
That's your dad.
This is not baseball.
I was just like, what, was Rocky Balboa missing? And he started laughing like, yeah. He's like, it comes out and you're in a boxing ring. You got Vince McMahon. I got all of this stuff. And I'm like, okay. But as you watch it, it started off as background noise. And then near the end, it's like, okay, this is actually... This sucked me in. This is like really good. Like it's some drama, especially because, and I think the rate why people said it was the best ever is because the crowd played a factor. The Philly fans showed up and they booed because they wanted Schwarber to win. So anybody that he went up against, you heard it, including a kid who dropped a ball in the outfield. He dropped it and fans booed.
Dude, they booed Santa Claus.
I understand.
These people are built different.
So when Jordan Walker wins it, like that was pressure because there was nobody in the building other than his parents that they showed who wanted him to win. Everybody else wanted Schwarber to win, and then he hit the last one and he walked it off.
What do you think it cost them having this on Netflix versus from a visibility standpoint if this were on ESPN like old school?
It cost them a lot because the format changed and they Mike. Every sport tinkers with this. No, we're going to make the All-Star game like this, and this time it means more, and it's going to be up for the world. And they do the tinkering, and you're thinking to yourself, it's minor. I don't really care. Well, this one actually worked because they took away the clock, and you just got X amount of pitches, and that was it. And then they moved on to the next round. It wasn't like this time you could call time out and take a hydration break. None of that was there this time. They cost themselves a lot because – what you did was you missed out on a lot of fans who could have really start enjoying the game because if it was accessible. But yeah, being on Netflix, you splintered your audience for no particular reason.
Okay, and I know these are
financial reasons.
These are a couple different things. So I just don't believe these streaming events are doing the numbers that people think they're doing or that these services want you to believe they're doing. I'm not trying to put a tinfoil hat on.
No.
I just feel like sports is taking the money because it's there right now. But I feel like that bubble's got to burst because, remember when Notre Dame first started putting games on Peacock? This is pre-Big Ten. I remember they were in an unbelievable game against Toledo, and Toledo had the lead in the fourth quarter, and I'm like, I got to turn this on. I couldn't find it anywhere.
I was over your house.
It took me 15 minutes to figure out, oh, my God, it's on Peacock.
Right, because we were busting your balls like, Mike, are you going to find the game before it's over? Okay, right. I'm looking, okay?
Right, I'm looking. Like I was grandpa. Right. What is this, Velvet? But you're with me, though.
Brother, let me tell you this. One of the first things I learned in my stats class in grad school, you can make up a stat for anything.
Yes.
You can make a stat that'll, hey, 83% of the people love this. And you can come up with a reason why it's 83%. And people will buy into it because they see a number and they just assume, well, you wouldn't lie to me. I'm with you. I don't think streaming is going this way. I don't know what's going to cause this bubble to burst. You actually said something yesterday in Crosstalk, very flippant, but
what?
When you were like, what if we all just stop watching
for 1 year? Oh, yeah.
I thought about that all last night. Like, do you know how powerful that would be?
You'd reset the whole model.
If I don't know, because you'd have too many riggers who'd be like, no, I got to watch my sports no matter what.
It's true.
But if here's a number for, if 70% of the people just stopped, everybody would take notice and say, okay, we've gone too far.
Here's the way I want to frame this, maybe. Because I'm fine asking, did you enjoy the home run derby? I'm asking. People are claiming it was phenomenal. I didn't watch.
Had a lot of drama.
But here's my secondary question. What percentage of streamable sports are you actually watching? I'm being very sincere that when they take games and they take them away from me and my ability to flip channels, 3 of every 4, 4 of every 5, I don't watch. I just don't do it. Oh, the Tigers are on Apple Plus? See ya. Oh, this college football game is on the Do Network with Tom Brenneman on the call. I consider myself a man of faith. Not watching. I like the NFL. They're going to do like a Black Friday game and it's on Amazon. Not happening. Now, I'm here's where I'm guilty. When it's a good Thursday night game on Amazon, I have to do that. No, I do. Because the NFL I view as a grand outlier to everything.
Mm-hmm.
But, Rico, I would love to know what our listeners, how often are you streaming sports when they're forcing you to ditch whatever cable you're using and you got to go over here to watch what you want?
Amazon, I think, is the only built-in one now because it's the Thursday night game and you just Amazon Prime, you immediately go to that. It has almost become like ABC and Monday Night Football was back in the day.
And it's the NFL. That's why it's different. But like the NBA, oh, this game's on Peacock tonight.
Probably not going to watch.
Not happening.
If the only time when a streaming service, if it's a game or a team that I like or I want to watch, or like when the Lions were on Christmas Day and they were doing the Netflix, but at least locally they still had it on a local channel so you could still watch it.
Take the break and I want you to think about your percentage. Okay. And I mean legitimately ponder. And don't overshoot it or don't try to be, provocative.
No, I'm not.
Because I can tell you without really, I would say 25% of the available things, streamable, that they're taking from me as I view it sports, maximum 25% I'm watching.
That you watch.
Yeah. I don't do it. It's not how I roll. It's not what I do. And the only reason it's 25% is if it's Michigan's on Peacock or Michigan State was on Peacock. Okay. The Lions on Netflix. Saturday night. Look, I would love to know you guys. And if you did watch the Home Run Derby, what did you make of it? Because it's getting good reviews. I have no comment. I didn't care and I didn't watch. No flex or anything. I'm just being straight with you.
Bro, Big G reminded me. And then I'm like, oh, okay. He's like, you're watching this.
Man, he was
sorry, buddy.
He was looking for somebody to complain to. He was going down the checklist.
I'm like, you know what? Your number one son failed you again.
I did not. I talked to him, but I was more concerned to ask him how he was feeling and what was going on. He wanted to go on a rage thing about Michael Buffer, and I go, Dad, what do you want? Turn it off.
I'm just saying, but
stare at the sky.
I'm letting you know, Mike. You may next family reunion, you may see me sitting there like
fine.
I'm sitting in the number one chair.
Fine, fine. Everything's fine. 248-539-9797. We'll get some calls. We'll hear from David and Corbin as well, 97.1.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. Guys, Hamilton is hosting a blood drive in their showroom at 14 Mile and Mile Thursday, July 16th, between 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. to support the American Red Cross. Go to HamiltonChevy.com to schedule your appointment to give blood, give hope, and save lives. While you're there, you can check out their massive inventory of 2026 Chevys as well. The selection is best right now, including the July Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $249 a month for 24 months. You'll walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevy your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Make sure you sign up for that blood drive as well. Together, let's drive.
All right. So if you're just joining in, kind of an easy start here. The Home Run Derby was allegedly great, but it was on Netflix, which means I didn't watch it. I know I'm a hardliner with it. Unless it is a mandatory event, I'm not leaving cable to stream. Not doing it. But what percentage of games do you participate in on the streaming platform? Now, if you are a streamer, you do not have cable, then you don't qualify for this question. Streaming is your lifestyle. That's a different conversation. I'm talking about if you just have cable, like most of us, are you leaving that to stream the Home Run Derby or an NBA? I'm not doing it. The other side was, look, was this Home Run Derby as good as people are saying? Rico enjoyed it. I'm fine if you liked it. I'm kind of just done with it. Seen it all. 248-539-9797. David, talk to me with the text, the initial response, and then if you and Corbin have something, feel free.
There was a time that back gone was charming, but after so long, it became old and irritating. I'm glad I did not have to hear Chris Berman last night. I was entertained by not hearing him last night. From John in a car, he says, I'll take the cold weather over the heat any day. You can only take so many clothes off before it gets weird.
Okay, I never should have made a one-liner because now we're going to get texts on it. All right.
They didn't lose anything at all by having it on Netflix. Less than 40% of U.S. households have cable, and most of that 40% are senior citizens. The younger generation is attracted to this.
Hold on. Corbin, I'm going to put you on research duty here. I would like to challenge the validity of that statement. 40% of households have cable and, quote, most are senior citizens. Can I challenge both of those numbers?
I think those numbers at one point were reversed, where it was only like 60% of people actually had cable. 40% didn't. Now, I don't know. I haven't done the research.
That's why I
haven't taught that course in a while.
I'm just saying. And I take umbrage. Wait a minute. Now, what? So if I have cable because I like the convenience of it because what I do for a living, I'm a senior citizen?
I think you took that the wrong way.
The hell's going on here? Go ahead. And Corbin, you can take your time. I'd like to challenge the validity of those remarks.
I'll watch 90% of the games that are streamed. Really will only skip if it is boring. 29, and I feel like most my age will do the same. Someone else texts in and says, I subscribe to 0 streaming apps. There are way too many to be able to watch everything. I will not pay for all of that. So I have a not so legal app that I use.
Oh, dear. Uh-oh.
Jaden from Westland texts in and says, I'm the same way. I hate the streaming world. My only exception is on Amazon as well, since I actually just order from there anyway. Over the air is the best way.
Okay. Now, David, do you have anything you want to add to this? I know I gave Corbin a homework assignment. I apologize. Those numbers, I refuse to accept those.
I understand. I attempted to turn it on and watch. I was trying to make a family event out of it. And then the family wasn't interested. So I turned it back off and I went back to cable.
Your family didn't want to watch the Home Run Derby with you on a beautiful summer night.
My oldest son said, I'm going to play video games. I watch it on my phone and listen on my headphones. So he didn't care
Basically
to watch it with
me.
me.
To bleep yourself.
That's exactly what he did.
Right.
And so I went back to cable.
You know, back in my day, my dad would have said, no, you're not. The video game is unavailable this evening. You're watching the Home Run Derby.
It was fine.
I remember when parents parented.
Wow.
Oh, stop it.
I'm kidding, David.
Okay, that's where I thought we were going. I just wanted to make sure.
I'm just kidding. Okay. Everybody calm down.
Child Protective Services on line 2.
No, it's the same crap of like, oh, I got to make my one kid this and my other kid. Whatever happened to the standardized menu? This is what your mother's serving for dinner, and if you don't like it, you go to bed hungry.
No, that is not what happens at my house.
That's not what I've heard.
What we make.
I've heard it's like a cruise ship at your place.
Sure.
7 different. They have an omelet station.
No dress code.
No. God. All right. Can we go to the pit? Corbin, do you have any definitive numbers, or you want to take some more time?
We're getting there. I'm trying to look more for the elderly stance of it.
Thank you. What do you have on the amount of American households who don't have cable?
So the common number that only have cable that I've been finding is around the 30 to 35% range.
See, Rico, that's not your fault, Corbin. That's a straw man. Nobody on planet Earth only has cable. You have access to the streaming platforms.
Right.
I'm saying when that guy hits in and he's like, yeah, bro, you oldie, only 40% of people have cable on bases. I'm sorry. There's no way.
I do have something else. So this one is, according to a July 2025 report, the 2026 ones aren't up obviously yet, by Pew Research Center, 36% still subscribe to cable or satellite TV. In terms of age range, what do we want to consider elderly here?
Well, apparently 45.
All right. So it says ages 30 to 49, 23% subscribe. Ages 50 to 64, 44% subscribe. Ages 65 and up, 64% subscribe to cable and satellite.
You mean to tell me between the ages of 30 and 49, what did you say? 26% of people have cable?
23% subscribe to cable/satellite, it says.
All right, I'm looking at you, Mr. Media Professor. Do you believe these numbers?
No.
I don't know. That's not Corbin's fault. I'm like, what planet are we on?
And look at what he's saying.
Why don't you go in there and help the research out? You're the professor and he's the student. You're adjunct.
Okay.
I'm blown away by these numbers. David, are you, or am I just like?
I'm not as surprised.
Wait a minute. You are 23% of people have cable between 30 and 50 days.
Yeah, they all stream.
Yeah, I'm not shocked by that either. I know a lot of people that have moved out over the past couple. Obviously, I'm 25 years old, so it's close to that age range at this point. A lot of people I know, friends, family, or whatever, don't have. They just do the streaming or the YouTube TV, which technically constitutes as streaming.
Yeah, but it is still television. Yeah,
it's a slippery slope. I get what you're saying.
YouTube TV to me is a nice, happy middle ground for people. Also, by the way, you talk about people moving out. I learned something about Jeremy Otto. I heard this on the show yesterday. Did you know he lived at home until he got married? Stunning.
I'm not sure.
He's like an Italian guy from 1952.
It doesn't surprise me.
He didn't move out until he was 26.
So he never had the bachelor pad?
Bro, Otto, I think he's Amish. I really think there is some kind of tie to Lancaster, PA for that kid. Wow. It's a stunning world. Then you find out his dad never owned a grill. I kind of want to do like a VH1 interview, like where are they now? I got to talk to Jeremy Otto. What a weird tale. I had to leave home. My parents told me, you graduate on a Saturday, you're out on a Sunday. That's it.
Yeah, I used to get that talk. Starting at 15, my old man was like, well, when you're 18, you got 3 choices. You can go to college, you can go to military, or you're getting the hell out of my house.
There you go. And I think it was, and it's the best thing parents can do. You get the hell out.
And it was like the clock, like, well, you're 17 now.
Can't wait for the text coming in. Oh, you're spoken like a boomer. Okay, you're right. I apologize.
No, I'm looking at some of this research. I guess it depends on the people who it's not taking into account people who have cable and also own a couple of streaming apps.
But there's the key. I think that's the vast majority of people.
They're saying strictly just cable. Around 35%.
That you're a golden girl if you only have cable. That's not possible.
And even if you only have cable, you still have access to streaming apps. You probably just never set them up.
No. I have them set up because I'll selectively use them.
Right. No. I'm saying
but for sports, I barely use them.
Yeah. To answer your question, Mike, I really don't, unless it's a team that I like or a game that I want to watch. Like if it's a big Notre Dame game that's only on Peacock, I will watch that game. Like Notre Dame USC, I'll watch that game. Like during the hoop season, MSU's on Peacock. I'm going to watch that game.
So you won't randomly watch Thunder Blazers?
No.
Okay.
Now you put that game on TNT or ESPN?
You will watch that. Got you.
Yeah, because now I want to hear what Chuck and the guys have to say. If
the home run derby was on ESPN last night, I'll bet you dollars to donuts. I tap in a little bit.
And David, for the record, like the random college hoop games, they're all on TV. They're all like, I don't have to stream them. I'm not trying to search out on Netflix to watch St. Mary's. So, no.
248-539-9797. Straight to the phones. Next, 97.1. Straight to the people. Home Run Derby last night. People said it was great. The problem, who the hell watched it? It was on Netflix. And then, yes, we got into our, bickering regarding who has TV and streaming. When they're putting sports on streaming, it takes a lot for me to go and watch it versus sticking with cable. I have all the platforms. Just don't use them for sports. Yeah. Now, when you tell me there's a new great TV show you got to check out, and it's on an Apple Plus or it's on a Paramount or it's on a Netflix, whatever it is, no stress. I do it. The sports, there's a disconnect for me.
Why is that? Because you got to flip. You like flipping back and forth.
I do, and apparently I'm a golden girl, according to Taking Texters. We'll go to.
Hey, welcome to the club.
Thanks, buddy.
How does it feel?
Great, vital. Let's go to DeVell, 97.1. DeVell, how are you?
I'm doing good. How you doing, fellas?
Good, sir. What's on your mind?
Okay, so I do have a take on this home run derby, but really, really quickly, I want to do a couple of responses to what you were talking about.
Yeah.
So, as far as for your research, I'm 51 and I have cable with some streaming, but I don't mess with the streaming. It doesn't play until my fiance get over here. As far as the games, I will never look at it on Netflix or none. I listen to it on the radio, so I'm good with that. The other thing is, you are right to say about. As kids growing up, I'm old school. Whatever's cooked, you eat it or you go hungry. Your mother is not a short order cook. There it is with that.
DeVell, yeah, you're right. The only exception is if you were allergic to something.
Allergic to something.
Yes.
Right. And even then, you just ain't putting that ingredient in there. You still eat what everybody else eating. That's how that works. But my take on the home run, it's a mixed bag. I did not like the fact right off rip that was on Netflix. I did not like the presentation of it. I didn't think it needed that warranted a 1 hour pregame show. You only have 8 batters. So it don't take an hour to pregame them and break them down and break the one rule change that they had. I didn't like none of that. That didn't make any sense. However, the competition, I did enjoy that part. And my fiance did. She's a football and basketball fan and a casual baseball fan. So when she was looking for the Tiger Hand, I let her know about the home run derby. She didn't know what it was, but she was very interested in it. So I think something like that would capture, because she was oohing and ahhing the whole time. So it would capture the casual fan, not the average fan.
Interesting.
That's how my take.
Yeah. No, DeVell, it's a very comprehensive call, and I do appreciate the old school mentality.
See,
If it's, hey, you don't like what's for dinner, then you're going to bed hungry. None of what, David's just gone soft in his older years. Oh, well, David creates 3 different menus for his 3 different kids. I mean, what a world.
You want breakfast for dinner? Sure.
Oh, David's presenting gluten-free options for his children. Oh, my God, what happened? Even Otto says it. Otto prepares different things for the kids, and I'm going, well, first of all, you don't have a grill. I don't know what you're preparing. Second of all, if you don't like what's on the table, don't eat.
The vegan platter, please.
I don't know what you're talking about. That does not happen in my house.
Listen, we have received intel that is not accurate. We'll go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
How you doing, buddy?
You threw the thing out there, Mike, and then you shot me down before you had any callers because I don't have cable. I haven't had cable in a long time.
Sure.
Almost no one I know has cable. So it's like it's the exact opposite of what you're saying.
Yeah, and you de facto love streaming. I don't have any qualms about it if that's the way you want to go. No, Dave, I can't mock it. It's different strokes for different folks. I was making the point, if you have both, there's a disconnect for me to go to the streaming side for sports. I don't know why.
I get that. I'm not pitching that I love streaming, but what I'm saying is Netflix is $12 or $15 a month.
Yeah.
And when I used to have basic cable, it was $40 a month. Now it's $150, $200 a month. What do I need that for?
No, well, Dave, here's the problem. And again, I'm not a streamologist, but if you have all the things and you do want to watch all the sports, basically they've caught up.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. I've just got Netflix and Prime. Everything else is free. There's a lot of different apps, man.
I hear you. So did you?
Smart TV and you're good to go.
Did you watch the Home Run Derby?
I did not. Couldn't care less.
Same here, and it's sad. I used to love it, but I do this with all All-Star games. I think they're all passé. I don't think modern society cares.
Yeah, I mean, because most of your big names opt out, and they don't. So you're like, okay, well, who is this guy? Who is that guy? Well, yeah, back in the day, like the slam dunk contest was the who's who. It was Jordan. It was now it's they bring back what you call it, the dude from Georgetown who just seems to win it every year.
Mac McClung.
Yeah, Mac McClung. He's around for once a year, and he's like the Easter Bunny. He wins and then he goes back.
Who was the guy? Oh God, I'm drawing a blank. It was this year's NBA Finals, and it's for the Spurs. Was it Champagnie? That basically, because the Sixers wanted to call up McClung. And I don't know if it had to do with the dunk contest and eligibility or not.
Yes, it did.
They had to waive Champagnie. Yeah. Now, this guy's playing a nice role as a rotational guy for a championship caliber team. And you're stuck with that guy.
But we got a 2-time slam dunk champion.
Did I piece that together right, David?
Yeah. That is exactly why Champagnie was released, yes.
Not bad for a senior citizen. Let's go to Mark. What? Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, gentlemen, how are you?
Good, Mark.
You know, Mike, whenever you call out for people to talk baseball, I typically respond. And my son and I tuned in last night. I'm a guy that has all the platforms. I probably spend $500 a month on television. Who the hell knows? I don't want to count up because I don't want to know the answer. But it was, the callers are right. I mean, it's like, Charles Dickens' novel, The Best of Times, The Worst of Times. I mean, it was a great competition. All right. You had Schwarber and Harper, the two local guys that were playing to the crowd, and they were great. And Junior's one of the most exciting young players in baseball. He's fun to watch, and he's charismatic. And Walker put on a show. I mean, he was unbelievable. He hit 6 home runs to win it. I mean, all of that was awesome.
He's also saved his career, by the way, to start this season, because he went from being arguably the number 1 prospect in baseball to unplayable for 3 years, and now this year he's exploded.
I remember when the Tigers played St. Louis early in the season. It was in April, and I think he hit a big home run against us, and I was like, Walker hit a big home run. That guy's, I thought he was out of the league.
Yeah, he was a ground ball machine, and then they sent him down a bunch of times. Terrible. But yeah, it's a nice story because without this, his career, he was going to be Torkelson.
And the funny thing, the great thing is everyone booing him from Philly. The dad loved it. You saw the dad with this big smile on his face. Rico could probably confirm that. And the mom, you could tell the mom was pissed. The mom was pissed that her boy was being booed by the fans in Philly. It was just awesome. It was really, really great theater. But here's the downside. All right, here's the downside. I tuned in number 1. Let's face it, guys. It's the All-Star break. There's nothing on television sports-wise right now. The highlight of my week is waiting for a made-up tournament on Thursday where I get to hear David say he thinks he's white because he likes eggnog, and Mike likes whites better because they play for NC State. I mean, so look, I mean, it's dead. All right. But when Michigan played Purdue, I think Enrico wasn't that the game that was on Peacock? And I'm a huge Michigan fan, and I'm like, this stinks. I don't want to watch this on Peacock. Yeah, and I'll tell you what, the streaming was brutal. Netflix has no business broadcasting sports. And if this is the future of sports, Mike, I am 100% on the same page as you are. I'm on your team. They are going to kill the golden goose. This should have been a showcase to show off baseball.